got it, buddy! Good job, Boo Bear!
Propeller tail.
It's a propeller tail. He doesn't usually do that.
Oh, now it's all wet.
Good job, Bubba. You got it, buddy. What a good Boo Bear. What a good Boo Bear. You're my beautiful baby, Bubba Bear. You're my beautiful baby. You gonna bring it all the way up? You gonna bring it all the way up here? Come on, all the way. All the way. What a good boy. What a good Boo Bear.
Take a piss. Time for another round. Oh, don't roll in that water. Other doggies pee over there.
All right, ready to go down to the next one? Ready to go down to the next one? Ooh-sha, sha, sha. Ooh-sha, sha, sha. Ooh-sha, sha, sha.
Careful, there is somebody fishing right down there by the next one.
All right, hey everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in. This is my YouTube page, Mox News. My name's Mike. And welcome to your Wake and Bake News at 7 p.m. I'm your host, Moxie. And I want to start off tonight, like every night, with the big fat bong hit. So if you are ready, as I am ready, follow me and do exactly as you see. Let's see. I'm going to play a little video for you while we heat up, while I whip this out. So let me get this ready and I'll be right back.
New tonight, Larry Flynt, founder of Hustler magazine and self-proclaimed champion of First Amendment freedoms, has died. His nephew, Jimmy Flynt Jr., says that Flynt had been in declining health and died of heart failure at his home in the Hollywood Hills. Flynt was famous for starting the Explicit magazine and transforming it into an adult entertainment empire. Flynt was paralyzed after an attempted assassination in 1978, and his life was depicted in the 1996 film The People vs. Larry Flynt. Flynt was 78 years old.
And what a great loss, right? That man was an innovator. He was a true bastion of freedom, fighting daily the powers that be, speaking truth to power again and again and again, and encouraging people to think pink, if I remember correctly. And I do, trust me. When it comes to the pink, I have a tendency to remember correctly. Which is very good of him, to encourage people to, do something that puts a smile on their face. And fight for freedom. Their freedom. He wasn't fighting for, these people that are fighting for freedom of speech aren't fighting for their own freedom of speech. If they are, then they're losers like Donald Trump, who want to act like, we have to fight, and then he rolls over on his belly and pees all over himself, Very nice. Let's see. Purple suntan. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, I just want to give you a call from hell. It's Larry Flynt. How you doing?
Oh, Larry Flynt's in heaven. What are you talking about?
No. There's no fun in heaven. All the parties happen down here in hell. It's really good. I just wanted to commend you on your good work 20 years ago for showing a lot of my videos and all the Larry Flynt productions. You really made my empire strong back in the day when you were on public access TV. And so props to you and keeping freedom of speech alive and doing everything you do for the American people. I spent all my life trying real hard to be an outstanding citizen and freedom of speech.
Well,
So,
you will be missed, Larry. That's for sure, bro.
thank you so much for your work, and I hope your people enjoyed my work. And I tried to liberate many men and women throughout the years. So,
All right.
Larry Flint signing off from hell, and enjoy the party when you get
All
here.
right. Think pink.
Take care.
That was Hustler Model, in case you guys don't know. Think pink. Think pink. They used to do some other stuff that I love too. There was like, they'd show a dog, they'd show a woman standing next to a dog, right? And it would say, you know, good dog. And they'd show a dog with the panties in its mouth. And they'd say, charm school graduate or something to that effect. It was hilarious. The guy was definitely, about freedom and fighting for, again, all of our freedom, you know, and anybody who fights against our freedom is a threat to all of us. And this is something that you're seeing again and again today in the impeachment trials. You hear these people saying, "Oh, you can't question the outcome of the election. You can't encourage people to stand up against Congress. You can't do this. You can't say that." Really? And you took a vow to protect our right of freedom of speech. Is that correct? Because I think it's not us that can't do things. You're supposed to be protecting our freedom to do things. And here you are saying you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't vote for who you want in the 24 election. You know, I want to vote for Elon Musk, okay? That's who I want to vote for. And if Ted Cruz can run for president every other fucking year, you know, then so can Elon Musk. All right? Elon Musk 2024. You heard it here first. I'm telling you, this is the guy that should be president. And what? And maybe not Elon, but maybe someone else who has forward thinking. You know, some other visionary who has an idea of what the 21st century holds for us. Instead of a dinosaur professional politician who doesn't know if he's going to make it to tomorrow. Okay? I'm tired of that shit. And why should he care about the future of the 21st century when he doesn't know if he's going to make it till tomorrow? Right? Okay? We need a forward-thinking individual who wants to go, you know, this is the direction that mankind should be heading. We don't hear that kind of shit. What we hear is, we have to have wars forever based on lies. Not, this is the direction man should be heading. Why don't we hear that? Why isn't there, why don't we have fucking rocket scientists for president? I mean, why on earth do we have choices like Donald Trump and Joe Biden? How does that make any sense? That these are the best people America has to offer for the most important job in the world. How does that make any sense? It doesn't. Why? Because we have Republicans and Democrats. And as long as we have Republicans and Democrats, it's always going to be fucking professional politicians or morons. Okay? Instead of a successful fucking entrepreneur who's actually, a visionary, a 21st century visionary. That's what we need. And we don't get anything like that. We don't get anywhere near that. We don't even have the discussion about why we don't have rocket scientists for fucking president. And the reason we don't is because Republicans and Democrats. Because a Republican and a Democrat can't stand on the same stage with a rocket scientist and sound like they make the slightest bit of sense. Because they don't. Can't sound like they have the slightest vision for your future, for your children's future. They can't sound like that because they don't. But somebody like Elon Musk would have no problem, explaining what a 21st century reality should be for everyone. Not the rich. Because that's all the politicians care about. They care about the rich. That's it. Nobody else. And certainly not you and I. No matter how many Bitcoins you have. Unless you just bought a billion and a half of them. Then maybe. One day they'll care about how many Bitcoins you have. When we get somebody like Elon Musk in the White House, what the fuck? Jeez, man. Can't we do better than this? That's all I'm saying. And there's a fucking telephone number on the screen. You guys can see a fucking telephone number, right? What, do you want me just to be here ranting? I can play videos. I brought you lots of videos. As many videos as this page will hold. I brought you that many. Let's see. Oh, I have one just for Mike from Southern California, too. Is he here? I don't see him. Never mind. I don't know. I have lots of videos. I have a couple of really good videos. Guys, ready for a really good video? Or you want to have a phone call? Or what do you want to do? Okay, I have a video about the fact that the folks in Southern California, South Dakota, voted to legalize marijuana. But the governor is blocking it from happening. The governor whose campaign was all about freedom, the freedom that we have in and South Dakota, blocking it from happening. And I have a video about Julian Assange and how Biden is pushing to get Julian Assange to the United States, even though the people in Britain are saying that if Julian Assange comes to the United States, it could be very, very dangerous for his health. Biden is saying, we don't give a fuck. We want Assange here now. We want to prosecute him. Hello, caller. I'm gonna hang up.
Hello?
What?
Michael, this is Elton John.
Uh-huh.
I'm a rocket man.
I bet that's what I heard.
The reason we rock stars don't run for president is because we're too smart. We know that...
The reason rock stars don't run for president is because they have about as million fucking skeletons in their closet as all these politicians do, and they're just not nearly as good at hiding them. That's the reason.
But goodbye, Yellow Brick Road, Michael.
Elon Musk for president.
Candle in the wind. I'm a candle in the wind.
Elon Musk for president, 2024. I want it. You heard it here first. What?
The guy is a fucking... what do you call those people that want to mix robotics and human stuff together, you know?
Cyborgs?
Yeah, he's a fan of cyborg technology and mixing frogs and people and robots together. I don't want a guy like that.
I want somebody who has a fucking brain, okay? I'm tired of retards leading us.
What do you think a guy with a brain is going to do in Washington, D.C. as president?
I think he's gonna fucking have priorities. Like not impeaching the person who fucking was in the last office behind him because we got more important things to do. We've been waiting for someone to actually lead us forever, and we haven't had that. Maybe someone with a brain might actually be able to do that.
I agree, but, you know, everything they said about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden is true. Joe Biden has connections with China, business connections.
Joe Biden is a horrible piece of shit. When have I ever said anything else?
He did not win the election in a fair and square way. There's mountains of evidence there.
I think it's pretty clear it was not a fair and square election. It was not a free and fair election. I think
So
it's
if
pretty
you
obvious.
If you got, let's say, a really, like the guy that was in Point Break, what's his name, the actor, you know, the FBI agent.
Keanu Reeves?
Yeah, if you got Keanu Reeves as president, a nice guy, really smart, cares about people.
Keanu Reeves, the guy from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, really smart. Is that right? Yeah, we need Bill and Ted. Bill and Ted 2024, baby. You got that right.
It's
What the fuck?
Doofus and Fubar's Big Adventure. Doofus and Fubar's Big Adventure. Right now.
I want someone with a brain, not someone who pretends to have a brain on the silver screen and does a really shitty job of it.
Patrick Swayze should be president.
Patrick Swayze is dead. Didn't you see Ghost?
No! He came back. He came back and he helped his wife.
Oh, okay.
He's still here, man.
Okay.
He's a dirty dancer, too. Yeah, he's got ghosts in his closet. We shouldn't have him. But anybody you can think of that you like, including fucking...
I like anybody with a big brain who can articulate what a 21st century, should be like for mankind. We don't have anyone like that. What we have is people saying, we want more wars. We want the government to be hiding more information. Give us Julian Assange now. You think that would be a priority of Elon Musk? It's definitely a priority of Joe Biden's.
Yeah, it's fucked up, dude. It's fucked up. But my point is, it's fucked up beyond all recognition. It's, nobody can go into the presidency and survive the den of iniquity and jackals and hyenas and scorpions.
Maybe if somebody who had a big brain and didn't really give a fuck about the jackals went in there, he'd go, you know what? This feeble-minded child psychology that you people play on each other isn't gonna work on me. And I'm not weak. So don't fuck with me or I'll blow your goddamn head off. You know what I'm saying? We need a real leader, man.
Yeah, well, good luck with that, because I've given up on electing people, no matter who they are.
Me too. That's why I'm saying this. Elon Musk. I'm saying, and the reason that we don't have it is because we have a bunch of lawyers. And you know the problem with lawyers is that lawyers are only in it for themselves. Lawyers are only to see what they can get out of it. If they can't get anything out of it, they're not there. Okay? And I know that we can have better people. I know we can have smart people who aren't all about themselves. Professional politicians are all about themselves. I know there's a lot of smart people in this country. I know there's a lot of visionary people in this country. And I know there's a lot of people who could do so much better job than the people that are now, forever professional politicians.
Well, dude, the one guy long ago pushed back against the military-industrial complex and wanted to break the CIA into 1,000 pieces, and they just blew his fucking head off. They'll do the same thing to any Elon Musk or any Elon Lust or fucking Iggy Pop. You could put Iggy Pop in there, and they would just kill him. They would just blow his head off.
Good. This is what we need. This is exactly what we need. We need someone speaking the truth to power and then getting his head blown off for it so that we can all go, he was right about all this shit. That's why they killed him. We have to stand up against this piece of garbage government that thinks somehow they can get away with crap like this. And then make examples of all of them so that the people who come behind them don't think that they can get away with this shit too. And I'm talking about the people in the goddamn Pentagon and the CIA and the FBI. Make examples of them.
What was the name of that senator that went down in a small plane? I think he was a 9/11 advocate.
Yeah, he was from Minnesota or Michigan, Wisconsin. It's like, you guys know what his name is. What was his name?
Yeah, but they don't have to necessarily they can give you a cancer, they got a cancer gun, they just shoot you from half a mile away and all of a sudden you develop cancer, you're dead in 2 weeks. Or they could poison your lemonade or, there's a lot of ways to get rid of presidents, and 99 out of 100 of them are quote-unquote accidental, right? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I got zero answers except for personal freedom and personal responsibility. And, unification of the people and stop letting them divide you, and don't believe the bullshit. Other than that, I got zero answers, man. I don't think a president's going to do it, man. I think a revolution is going to do it, and I don't know how to go about that.
Wellstone.
Wellstone, Paul Wellstone, yeah. Yeah, they just killed him, man, and they made it look like an accident. And now don't look over here, and don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. And there's so many others. If Jesse Ventura went in there, he would just die of a heart attack as soon as he said the wrong couple paragraphs. You know, they just kill him. That's where we're at. That's why there's barbed wire up around the Capitol right now.
There's barbed wire up around the Capitol because there's criminals occupying that space, and the people have made clear that they're on to the criminals, and we're not going to take this shit much longer. And so the criminals have to surround themselves in military martial law lockdown so that they can feel at least a little bit secure. That's why it's in lockdowns. This is to protect the fucking criminals, man. These people need to be made examples of. That's the only way it ever gets any better, is if we take the criminals and we put them in prison for the rest of their lives. Take all their assets, you know, so that their families, so they don't get to know, well, at least my family lives in luxury. No. You know. And we'll put them in one of those prisons where they got to wear pink underwear and eat bologna sandwiches.
Well, as far as I can tell, we're living in the Kali Yuga, which is a time of one of the cycles of human life where everything is upside down and on its head. And lies are truth, and truth is lies. And it's the good guys in the prisons right now. If they're not, some of them get out, but not really. It's the good guys that get punished. And last guy, good guys finish last.
Well, truth is treason in the land of lies, so...
Right, and, as far as I'm concerned, the emperor has no clothes, he's naked, ugly, and insane. And that's the way I approach trying to comprehend the times that I'm living in. It's like there's so many psyops and controlled opposition and gatekeepers, you got to be... ever vigilant to stay on top of it, and I don't know, something might happen, but I want my money, Joe. I want my check, Joe. So stop impeaching and start.
Have some fucking priorities, man.
Yeah, no shit. So what a clown show. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Like, I can't change the fucking world.
We have to again just recognize that this enemy, you know, and eventually everybody's gonna get together on this. This is the one thing that we're gonna be able to come together on, and hopefully, some voice will be saying something like, "Is Donald Trump and Joe Biden the best America has to offer? Where's the fucking rocket scientist?" Maybe some voice somewhere will be saying that, and it might get heard, and maybe somebody will step up and go, hey, I have a vision for a 21st century America, not just me, because that's all the politicians do now.
Well, you got to admit, if all the presidents of your lifetime that you can think of, Trump was the closest to a comedian. The second closest would have been Ronald Reagan. He was kind of close to a comedian too, and they're both fucking actors, and they're both like, Of course, Trump is much more mouthy, and Reagan was a little bit clever, but it's like, when comedians get to be president, I'm thinking, what we really need is a really good comedian as a president, but I can't. We got to stop believing that the president is going to produce any kind of change.
Well, the thing about the president, okay, is that it's not so much that he's going to produce the change as that the president, like Barack Obama, has the loudest microphone in the world. So when the president says this is a vision for a 21st century, a whole lot of people can go, you know what, that's a pretty good vision, and start talking about it. And this is not what's happening in our world today.
Let me take a hit.
because the people with the loudest microphone, this is what I say again and again, the people with the loudest microphone have the biggest responsibility to talk out. That's why I despise all these actors and actresses for never talking about Israel. You know, they don't speak out. They have super loud microphones, and they can go, look at what Israel is doing, and why are we giving them all this money while they just kill poor Palestinians in Gaza? You know, and not one of them says a fucking word. So, you know,
Right, yeah.
I can't stand
As far as
it.
I can tell, the best speaker, president we ever had was Barack Obama. He was the most eloquent. He had his shit together. He had an extremely quick mind, and he could cover up his lies without even a shadow going across his face. He could just lie straight into the camera. And
Well,
those aren't,
when he was
you know,
running for president, you could see it really clearly that how well spoken he was, how smooth he was. You know, that he really come across like a statesman. You know, and prepared and all that. But I think that you know, as you watch him, as stuff progresses, as the presidency goes on, he becomes much less of a good speaker.
Yeah, you've seen 100 times more Barack Obama videos than me, so I'm not qualified to speak about. Did he lose his skill? Did he gain skill?
No, what happened is that he sold out more and more. When he was running for president, he's saying stuff like, I will fight for a public option, you know, a single payer health care. I will fight for that. And then he didn't, you know, when he went into office, he didn't spend 1 second fighting for that. He said, when the people go into the streets, I will be right there standing with you. Sound familiar? Let's all walk down to the Capitol. You know, when the people go into the streets. And then when Occupy happened under his presidency, I didn't see him at one encampment. Okay?
No, I heard him laughing and mocking.
Right. So what happened is he became more and more bullshit, you know, as opposed to this eloquent speaker who is looking at like maybe there is a brighter tomorrow.
Well, that's not really a sign about whether his skills increased or decreased. That's a sign that he was already a skilled deceiver before he ever took the office.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that you can see when people begin to sell out, the parts of their soul erode. So they're not the same people that they were. You know, and they kind of make excuses, and it's not, you know what I'm saying? It's just not the same speech. It's not this flow. It's not this articulate person who's actually being truthful.
He was a good guy. He was a plant.
Yeah, of course.
So there was nothing to believe in. It was all bullshit from the beginning while he was running.
Right, of course. You know, the media refers to him as the most liberal president of all time, when the truth is he was a fucking neocon. Okay?
Right.
It's idiotic. I mean, again, misled, misinformed, you know, all a bunch of lies.
Yeah, I'm prouder of Trump than I am of Obama, actually. You know, I know Obama's a great speaker.
Look, I'm not proud of them. They're not anything to be proud of. I want a government desperately to be proud of. I want a Congress to be proud of. I want police officers to be proud of. I want a good America for everyone. That's what I want. We don't have anything like that. We don't have a Congress, not a single congressman we can be proud of. And there isn't a president to go, oh, look how proud I am of him. You know, bullshit. Every one of them makes you feel like dirty and fucking disgusting. And they're gross, sick fucking individuals. And no one should be proud of them.
Yeah, in the time of universal deceit, speaking the truth is treason. You know, so you and I, we're treasonous personalities, and
I prefer seditious. But go ahead.
I'm so used to the corruption that I'm not shocked anymore. Because
we're not being treasonous. We're speaking out against a corrupt and evil government to try and bring the people together. That's not being treasonous. That's being seditious. There's a difference.
Well, it's viewed as treason. You know, it's
Sedition is speech or actions that encourages people to question authority of the government. That's what sedition is. Speech or actions that encourage the public to question the authority of the government.
And all of our speech is technically patriotic speech. We love our country. We love our planet. We want to make things better. So
Yes, you hear me again. You hear me again and again. You know, people say, our country is so fucked. And I say, no, 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 no. We have a wonderful country filled with great people. Our government's fucked. You know,
Yep.
we have an amazing country filled with amazing people. Like I keep saying, we could make anything happen on the world, on this planet that we want. And you know what we're making happen? War. That's what we do.
Yeah, for profit.
Yeah,
For
for
profit.
absolutely no other reason than profit.
So sin upon sin upon sin upon sin, in my opinion. It's just like I can't hang with, condone, or speak nice about corruption, death, genocide, pollution.
And this is why I want someone that's, you know, a big brain person that can have a vision. You know, because I think, again, that if you put Elon Musk up there and you put him next to Donald Trump and you put him next to Joe Biden, you go professional politician, murdered 1 million innocent Iraqis, wants to prosecute Julian Assange, douchebag who could have fucking pardoned Julian Assange, and then a big brain guy talking about a vision for the 21st and 22nd century. You know,
I know.
which would just blow these fucking ancient dinosaurs out of the water. Fuck Joe Rogan. He's an idiot.
He smokes dope, Mike.
He's an idiot. He moved to Texas. He ain't gonna be smoking dope for a while, for very long, Mike.
He's funny, man.
Fuck Joe Rogan. He's a fucking idiot who moved to a police state fucking government where he was living in a place where he could go out and smoke a joint on the street and not get harassed for a second. Try that in Texas, you brilliant fucking moron. Oh, and you know why he moved it? Because they have lower taxes there. That's what's really important. Not my freedom.
Yeah, but they got Austin City Limits, man. They got great outdoor concerts.
Yeah, where you can't smoke weed. Wonderful. Who wants to go to a concert where you can't smoke weed?
Yeah, you get caught with a joint, and you're gonna probably end up paying
Gonna fuck your world.
$3,000 in lawyers' fees. You know, I know people that got caught for weed in Texas, and it's not nice.
Yeah, I hope Joe Rogan is soon one of them.
Yeah, well, he can afford it, you know. just
Yeah, well,
pay.
good. I hope he can afford it 10 times, and he gets busted 10 times, and every time it costs him double.
So
We'll see how long he lives in Texas. Fucking
you know,
idiot.
even Jon Stewart probably wouldn't be a good president, you know. I don't know. I like Jon Stewart, but
Jon Stewart would be interesting, but I don't remember him ever speaking out against Israel.
oh yeah, he did. He was
Oh,
all
did
over
he?
Palestine.
Well, that's
Yeah,
good.
But
Yeah.
he would do it sarcastically. He would say, "My
Well, he does
people."
everything
My
sarcastically.
people. You
That's
know?
that's how he got away with saying stuff, you know. I mean, that's, you know, I bring that up. That's how cartoons get away with saying things that other things can't be said, you know. It's because they do it and it's hilarious, you know. It's not meant to be taken. It's like, look, I'm laughing, haha.
Well, I think one of the reasons why everybody, all these believers in hope and change, jumped on the Trump wagon was that, you know, he kind of, he was mouthy and he wanted to restore the presidency and a little bit of,
The guy who grabs girls by the pussy wants to restore the integrity of the presidency. Is that right?
oh, fucking Kennedy. Kennedy had like 90 affairs.
Yeah, I'm all good with that. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just being realistic. That's not what he wanted. He saw an opportunity and he took it. And the reason he got elected isn't because he was going to fight for our future. The reason he got elected was because because he wasn't a professional politician like absolutely every other single person that people
Now,
could
there's
choose
some
from.
people that even think Donald Trump was a plant, but I disagree with that.
Yeah,
What do
the
you
Russians. We heard that over and over again.
think? No, a plant by the deep state.
Well,
You haven't heard that?
well, again, I mean, if Donald Trump is the best you can come up with, you're not a very bright deep state.
For you. Donald Trump was the best we could come up with. And now the presidency is dead and buried, and there's a zombie in the White House. He belongs in a wheelchair with an oxygen tank.
Weren't you telling me that it was a clone? Weren't you telling me it was a clone yesterday?
So that I just tell you the bullshit conspiracy theories I hear, you know, because I got my thumb on the conspiracy artery of America, man, and every single one passes underneath my thumb, and I can tell immediately which ones. Yeah, people have said that he's a clone because of his ears. Yeah, but it just goes to show you. I mean, we got to get as far away from the personality of Alex Jones as we possibly can. We don't need to get all hysterical and crazy, but we gotta be really intelligent about the psyops and the controlled opposition. And for what it's worth, man, the presidency is dead. There is no presidency.
Because we have shitty people. You know, if we had because we have shitty people. If we had a good people, it wouldn't be dead. It would be again the loudest microphone in the world saying visionary things to try and push humanity into the next evolution that we're supposed to be having, instead of holding us in the 1950s like our current government and world, is being. I mean, it's really simple. We need somebody with a fucking brain, and we're not getting that.
Well, we both agree Trump's a moron, right?
I don't know. He drives around. He became the president. He beat Hillary Clinton. He's got lots of money. He's got a fucking hot supermodel wife. I don't know how much of an idiot he is, but he's not about anybody other than Donald Trump. I know that.
Well, Obama technically is much more intelligent, and Trump was coming at it from a deficit, but it's kind of easy to tell when a person has good intentions and bad capacity versus a person like Obama that has bad capacity and a different agenda, like a deep state agenda. Like, I'm going to say we're for hope and change, but I'm going to keep things exactly as they are, with wars and money.
Not just keep things exactly as they are. I'm going to drone strike 10 times as many people as fucking Bush ever dreamed of drone striking. That's who Obama was.
Drone king, man.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, the presidency is dead. The election was stolen, and life goes on. Accept it. Acceptance is the first step towards
death.
No, it's towards perceiving reality. If you can't accept the way the reality is, you'll never be able to change it.
You have to do what you have to do. Okay, what we have to do is recognize the common enemy. Okay, and that's the only way. We have to recognize the only threat to our freedom. We have to see things in black and white. You stand with the police state, or you stand on the side of freedom. And if you're saying, oh, those people shouldn't have raided the Capitol, then you stand on the police state. Okay, because they should have. To me, that's one of the most beautiful things. It's got to be the most beautiful protest. I don't know. I love the Occupy protesters. I love the protesters in Portland who night after night come out and take abuse from the fucking, the Seattle protesters are fucking awesome. I love the CHOP. But these people that took the fucking house, the people's house back. Right, those people may be a once in a ever thing, in the history of our fucking country. I don't know if it's ever happened before, But man, I sure hope it has, because it was awesome.
Yeah, did you see that video of?
No, you have to say it right. Terrifying video. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I heard over and over again. Oh, terrifying, previously unseen video. I'm like,
it was terrifying, man. Trump was all like the Hulk. He had muscles and veins bulging, and
the only thing I saw was that they showed politicians running down the hallways, and that was supposed to be terrifying, right? You want to know what's terrifying? I'll tell you what's terrifying is seeing police with a 2.5-foot long pointed stick trying to poke people's eyes out, fucking over and over again. People who can't move because they're being crushed by thousands of people behind them, trying to poke their fucking eyes out and break their fucking skulls and bash out fucking teeth. That's terrifying. And if you watch those videos, that's who the fucking Capitol Hill police were again and again and again. And they should kill themselves for that shit.
Well, yeah, thanks to Nancy Pelosi's superpowers, we've got America back on track now, and we can just all settle into the new normal and the Great Reset. And if Elon Musk gets elected, I'm going to be first to volunteer to get a chip in my brain. And
well, you better have bought your fucking Bitcoins by then, or Dogecoins, either one. Otherwise, you're really fucked.
As soon as I get a cell phone, I'm going to buy some Bitcoin. That's going to be the first thing I'll learn how to do after I learn how to dial it.
They have Bitcoin ATMs all over Southern California. You just have to take cash there, and you can buy all you want.
You mean it costs money? Damn. Shit.
I think what's that?
Sexting too. I'm going to learn how to sext. What's sexting, Mike? It's like texting, right?
I guess.
Oh, soon enough, baby. I don't know what the hell. America's in trouble, and I want my fucking check, Joe.
And this is what I'm saying. Again, we have another piece of shit who just, okay, Donald Trump got us a check, didn't get me a check. Donald Trump got Americans a check, and then they just stalled. They just did nothing. For how long?
Right.
Like another 8 months, right? They did fucking nothing for the people. They stalled and stalled and stalled. And then when it was a done deal and they're going to get the people checked, oh no, that's not good enough. And they stalled some more. And then it was all bullshit, and they didn't get more, but they fucking were able to stall for another 2 months, and then Americans start getting checked, and now they're stalling. Okay, this is the government we have. Say hello to the new Zog, same as the old Zog. Thanks, Wilco.
Yeah, amen. It's a God-eat-God world. So, that's what it is in Washington, D.C. It's just a bunch of demigods battling it out for positions of power while the people, they're scrambling for crumbs and crusts, and their properties are getting, they're going bankrupt and repossessed and homeless, and the guy with $1 million 2 years ago is living in a motorhome now.
I don't think, verify. I don't think it was a fair, I don't think it was, I don't know if the election was free and fair. I don't know. Do you? But what I would, but not you. But what I would like to know is if it was. Okay, one way or the other, I'd like it to be proven that it was, instead of this game playing about, I don't know. It should be like a priority for every American that we know our elections are free and fair. And right now, that's not what we're seeing.
Well, that's what it was all about. All the brouhaha, all the arguing, all the demonization going on right now is really all about that. It's like, you guys can't say that. You can't present any evidence.
Right.
You can't present any witnesses. You cannot.
You can't question the official story in any way, shape, or form.
And if you back that narrative, you're trying to tear America down. You're tarnishing the good name of America. We don't have fake elections. Our voting systems are the best in the world, and everybody knows it.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I'll talk to you later, Mike. Take care, bro.
Okay, it's good to hear from you.
Goodbye.
Oh, hey, I have a video. Let's see. I have a video for you, Michael, coming up momentarily. If you're hearing me now, Mike from Southern California, I have a video for you about drinking coffee. Because you drink coffee, and I know you bring it up from time to time. So, I'll play it for you now. Let's see. While you're still around, clip 14, baby.
Now, if you like your coffee black, then you're going to love this. According to 3 major new studies from the American Heart Association, drinking 1 or more cups of plain black coffee a day has been associated with a long-term reduced risk of heart failure. Yes, you heard me right. Black coffee is reportedly good for your heart as long as it's served plain and is caffeinated. Apparently, decaf actually increases your risk for heart failure. FYI there. So the bottom line is you can finally enjoy your 3rd cup of caffeinated black coffee without any shame. I'll take it.
And it was nice to hear from Larry Flynt earlier, too. I wanted to point out that Larry Flynt was a visionary, a pioneer, a big freedom fighter. And I think he was probably an inspiration to me in many, many ways. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mark, it's Brandon.
Hey, Brandon.
I love the topic. Listen, first off, there is no free and fair election. There isn't.
Not any.
Because you can make a mistake and they can take your voting rights away from you, right?
Uh-huh.
And if it's free, then why the hell you gotta, have like proof that you're an American? Now let's be honest. All you like meaning a picture ID. If you got a Social Security card, then let's be honest, you're an American. But yet, what I'm saying is, it's so much emphasis on so-called voter fraud that there's been no proof throughout American history where immigrants changed an election or 10,000 people voted 100 times apiece, to make it 100,000 extra votes.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
But I hear you, Brandon. No, I hear you, Brandon.
Fair, period.
I hear you, Brandon. I think that as far as like 10,000, people voting for, 10,000 and one person voting 10,000 times or anything like that. That's not really what I see. But I see a lot of media manipulation. I see stuff like the Democratic National Committee fucking Bernie Sanders, and a whole giant grassroots movement. I see all these things. I don't see free and fair elections. What I see is manipulation, and nobody's really listening to the voters, in my opinion.
You know what? It's funny. This is the problem. If let's say voter group A candidate wins, they don't care about voter fraud. So it's funny, the Democrats cared about voter fraud when Trump won. Now, they don't want to have the argument, the discussion, it's free, it's fair, right? Mm-hmm. And it's just like that when you look at when we keep hearing this 76,000 disfranchised voters. Mike, what about when the majority of Americans voted for a Democratic candidate, but the Electoral College said, nope, it don't work that way? You know what I'm saying? So, it's a double-edged sword at the end of the day. And the Democrats said this beforehand about social media or Russian collusion or whatever. Now we're really seeing it because, because of all these different social media and bots and this massive amount. This is what bothers me the most, Mark. It's just disinformation. Straight fucking lies.
Yeah.
But
I heard,
If-
Brandon,
but if I
today.
work 12 hours a day, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Today I heard a news fucking model reader, whatever you want to call him, prostitute,
Yeah.
comparing the people at the Capitol to the people to the terrorist in Benghazi.
Yes, I heard that too.
I was like, what
I
the fuck
know
are you
exactly
talking
what-
about? Oh my god.
Well, the only thing that I can say was what she was trying to say was what transpired during 9/11 while you're in Washington, D.C. and you work for the government. Because I was in the military.
Uh-huh.
So, so that's my only coordination with that, meaning something significant happened that day, something significant happened, January 6th, and
Yeah.
it was obviously an attack, period.
Uh-huh.
Or however you can classify it any damn way you want.
It's a
But,
protest.
that's my only thing that I can say makes sense.
It was a protest, Brandon. It was a protest, like other protests that we've seen all summer long, where they attacked the FBI headquarters or the immigration
Yeah.
headquarters. It was a protest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But why are we having these protests, Mike? That's
Because we're
that's
being-
what they don't wanna
because we're
really
being-
get down to the root cause.
Again, the reason that the people, I just think it's so idiotic to think that the only reason those people went to the House of Representatives is because of Donald Trump. It's like saying that if Donald Trump told them to go run out on the freeway and get run over by semi trucks, they would all go and do that. That's idiotic. They went there because they were angry at those people in that house. That's why they went there. And do they have a good reason to be angry at those people in that house? I think they probably do.
I think no. I agree with everything about being angry. Okay, but they're angry on disinformation.
That too. That too. The disinformation.
Now,
The disinformation
Dude,
is protecting. The disinformation is protecting the criminal acts by the criminals in the people's house. Right. Yeah.
But what if that motherfucker's in the White House?
Well, the motherfuckers in the White House is the same thing. Except for Donald Trump, the disinformation is protecting Joe Biden. I mean, we saw that with the Hunter Biden emails that fucking Twitter
But
and
listen.
Facebook and everybody banned that talked about.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
This is just me thinking. Out the blue, I own a computer shop, and I realize that this computer has not been picked up within 90 days. Therefore, when you drop an electronic off to get repaired, typically after 90 days, they're going to swipe it and resell it, right?
I don't know. I suppose it depends on who you're dealing with. Craig actually does a lot of business like that, and I don't think Craig would ever do that to one of his clients.
My thing is, why would a multimillionaire take a laptop to a computer shop to get fixed when he can just? His father was vice president. He can call somebody to come over and do whatever needs to be done.
Uh-huh.
That's what doesn't make sense to me. Okay?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you're a multimillionaire, why would you drop off, your Maserati because you're worth so much money to a Toyota dealer to fix? You wouldn't do that.
Well,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
think it's partially because a lot of times people need their computer right now, and they don't have time to wait for this person or that person to make time for them and show up. So I need my computer
Well,
right
you
now.
never
I need to
picked
know.
up
I need to know. I
apparently.
need to know where I can take my computer right now and get it fixed so that I can be using it in the next hour or two. That's how a lot of people
if
are.
you're worth millions of dollars,
Mm-hmm.
one laptop, if you're worth millions of dollars, you don't own one car. Typically.
Right,
Very random
I
people out
agree.
there.
I agree. But if you're not around your other laptop, I mean, look at people are very attached to their computers, right? It's like I have to have this in order to function, basically. It's hilarious. But so if he doesn't have access to his other computer right now, right here, then he might be like, I have to have this now. How do I make that happen? And this is the quickest way to make that happen.
But he never, it never was like you dropping your iPhone off to get repaired. You come back in an hour to pick it up. That never was the case. Apparently, this guy dropped off the laptop and never went back to pick it up. And then this guy says, wait a minute. This laptop's been here for a while. Let me call the cops. And then where is the mother? You don't even see nothing from nobody. Listen, at the end of the day, if the guy did criminal things, he's criminal. But every one of them motherfuckers is criminal. And all of them kids get away with it.
That's why I keep saying lock them all up, dude. I want them all to go to prison so that the next ones hopefully won't be criminal. And if they are criminal, then we send those motherfuckers to prison too. Because we did it to these ones and we'll do it to the next ones, god damn it.
Well, I say this. Why don't we just make policy that benefits 90% of Americans or whatever?
See, that's what I think. That's what I think. Someone
that benefits.
That's what I think. Someone like someone like Elon Musk, someone with a big brain who has a visionary, who sees a vision of what the 21st century should be for everyone, not just for rich people, not just for the petroleum companies, but a vision, like a real vision of what we can make happen in this century. And there is no one like that in the political field that I see anywhere.
Well, they can't be that way. Dude, it's there's no way to fix it. If 5 or 6 people, if you remember, I think it was called back when Obama was president, it was 8 Republicans that they came up with a policy for the fix the immigrant issue. I think it was called the something 8 or whatever. It was like Rubio, Cruz. It was like top notch, Hollywood type senators, right? It was called something to 8.
Yeah,
right?
I remember.
Some Democrat. Anyway, they had a plan, right? That plan that was going to make America better and cure this diabetes issue of immigration we constantly have, it was going to correct a lot of it, put in policy to, get us off of sugar so our diabetes will eventually go away. But you know what? They said no to it. Why is that? Well, because it was going to cut jobs down eventually. You know what I'm saying? Shareholder money in certain companies.
I think I think there's some very rich people who make a lot of money off of diabetes. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, but the problem with the human race, it doesn't matter what continent or what part of history you go to. We've always been greedy. Period.
That's the way we're taught. I think we're taught to be that. I don't think it has to be that way. I think people can have great empathy, and that no one teaches empathy.
Well, yeah, but then again, because of greed, if you look at every dynasty on planet Earth, there's been kings, there's been queens, special people where people bow down to them. Mm-hmm. And it's because of greed.
I don't think it's always because of greed. I think that there were times, honestly, I do. I think there were times when there were leaders that people just really thought, were making things great. Really, they were like, they improved life for so many people, and
Yeah.
I just don't think that we have any leadership. It's like I keep seeing. There's these people who can see the problem and figure out how to fix it. And I don't think Donald Trump or Joe Biden is one of those people.
But even if we had somebody that was one of those people, he's still got to deal with 100 senators, a vice president, and 500 something congressmen. That's going to stop him if he's trying to do something overall good for the country.
Right. I agree, Brent.
That's
I agree.
not going to have any economic gain to a particular, let's say, a handful of 500 Fortune companies.
Yeah. Okay. I agree that the president doesn't have any real power. Okay. But what the president has, again, is the loudest microphone in the world. And when the president, a visionary man, was actually speaking from the loudest microphone in the world to the whole world saying, I see this as a potential future for us, and I think we should be working towards that now instead of war, that microphone would reach so many people, that so many people would go, yeah, and that it would be so much different from the other politicians, that the people would either go, listen, politicians, or get voted the fuck out, you know?
Well, but okay, Mike, look at it this way. Whenever government does all those bills and policies and there's money allocated to different programs, right? And a lot of those programs go to private companies, right? All those companies are on the stock market. You tell me one construction company, I don't know of one, maybe your listeners can find out and put it in the chat, that a construction company is on the Fortune 500 stock market. Because it's not. So that's the reason why there's not going to be an infrastructure plan, because it's only going to be jobs for local businesses, construction contractors, the bricklayers, the pipe layers, or whatever.
Yeah.
The construction workers, right?
Well, Americans, millions and millions of jobs for Americans.
Exactly. Boom,
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
Perfect jobs, perfect timing, right after a pandemic.
Fucking
Let's
A.
get back to work.
Bam.
Right?
Yeah.
But guess what? They have to give the money to the state, and then the states get to pick and choose where the contracts go. Mm-hmm. But none of those companies are like Fortune 500 companies that's on stock market.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So whenever they pass let's just say a $500 billion bill for infrastructure, and it goes to private company,
it needs to be $100 trillion bill. So Brandon.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, we got to rebuild every fucking thing.
Yeah, it needs to be the reason I say $100 trillion is because it needs to be spread out over a 10-year period. It's going to take. That's just for the first 10 years. A visionary who was designing a 21st, 22nd century infrastructure would be thinking this is going to take 25, 30 years to build. That's why we have to kind of look at the 22nd century, but we have to get 10 fucking years solidly funded in place. So, and that's going to be $100 trillion to start.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. But again, that's not stock market money.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's the reason why they're reluctant to do it, because once the federal government gets money to the state, then the federal government doesn't control where the money goes. Okay, You know what I'm saying? And that's why some states spend a lot more money in all forms of law enforcement than they do education.
Yeah.
Well, why is that? Because the dumb kids are gonna go to jail, and someone going to jail creates jobs. You go to jail for 20 years. There's a couple of correction officers that's got a pension at the end of your 20 years being incarcerated, right?
Yes.
But yet. Yeah. But now you look at certain states that hire higher, or either just look at communities where there's a higher level of test scores and stuff like that. Extremely low crime. Now, you can blame that a little bit on like what counties have more money, tax, black and white or whatever the fuck you want to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But what it all comes down to is giving the opportunity for people to work hard, provide for their family, and that community is going to grow, get better, expand, and they're going to be landowners one day, and they're going to pay taxes.
Right.
Because you rent shit.
Right, and the thing is when you provide good-paying jobs to millions of people across the country, what happens is those good-paying jobs make it so that those people are able to go and spend money in places that they wouldn't spend it otherwise, making more and more jobs. And it's like a perpetual thing. It's the easiest way to bail this fucking economy out.
Yeah, but that doesn't make Wall Street money.
Yeah.
Okay, meaning if I'm a billionaire,
you know what's weird is the
millions of dollars.
The pandemic seems to make Wall Street money, though. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it is, because they're not investing in certain things like restaurants or bars and clubs anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like that type of, because they invest their money all over. So they're just pulling that money back, and they're putting it into something else that people need to have. Groceries, electricity, water, or whatever, sewage, but at the end of the day, you can't make money in America. Because you just keep the money in America. But if I outsource, right, I fall into a different tax bracket, I fall into all this other stuff, and I can hire people from like the Philippines to work for me and shit, in Germany or some other country doing contract work, and you pay them $900 a month to what you would have to pay an American $15,000 a month. Yeah. So there's never, none of the politicians, a majority of them would never really care about us, man. You know what I'm saying, Mark?
I say that they don't care. Yeah, they don't care about us. This is why it's like you're saying, there's no Wall Street money there. There's no thing for the rich there. Although what I see is the way America was made great in the first place was that we had the most modern infrastructure in the world. And because of that, our companies, our businesses were able to boom and make things happen that made our economy explode. And instead of continuing to keep updating that economy, that infrastructure, we just put patches on it for the last 70 years, as it crumbles apart. So if you really want to make America great again, the quickest way to assure that, the best way to assure that happening, is to build the greatest infrastructure in the world. And how hard is it does it take a fucking visionary to be able to understand that? I don't think so. I'm a pretty simple guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. And I agree with you. But see, when you're simple, that's one thing. We're the people that can live in a village and work together. But there's people that want to control not just the village me and you live in, but the other villages, that's 10 miles around us. You know what I'm saying? And that's why it goes back to, not about like Biden won the election or not, but just about, we are just aggressive people and we're greedy people. And yes, there's a reason why there's kings and queens, because somebody in their bloodline did something great and everybody believed in them. But probably 2 or 3 grandkids down the fucking road, shit got crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a little bit of inbreeding there. Right. Everything kind of goes sideways.
Well, not even necessarily. You know what, man? Not even necessarily that.
Wow.
It's just where the prince just goes around and he wants to just fuck all the farmers' daughters. You know, and no
Well,
way
that
she
does
can
sound
never
pretty
be
good.
a princess.
That does
Right?
that
You
does
know,
sound
so-
that does sound pretty good though.
Yeah.
It's good.
Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah, man. Listen, it happens. We know it happens.
In the words of Mel Brooks, it's good to be the king.
Oh yeah, hey, you know what? Best example, all these light-skinned people in America. There you go. You know what I'm saying?
This is real.
Dude, look, my wife's black, and we did her DNA about a year ago.
Yeah?
She's 14% white. Yeah.
Of course.
And I'm the exact opposite. I'm 25% black and like 75% white.
Yeah, I don't know. My dad was full-blooded Armenian. I don't know what the fuck that makes me.
Oh shit, man. That's why you hot-blooded.
Maybe.
Yes, you did. Have you ever did a show on what was going on over there when they had their scuffle with that other country?
No, I haven't really talked about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Pretty well. I'm glad it calmed down though.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. A lot of people were
But,
it was like a genocide. It was horrible.
Dude, I know. I seen some videos of one of the Armenian soldiers recording while they were showing up to be backup, Mike.
Yeah.
And it was just dead bodies on side of the road
Yeah.
of like their soldiers.
Yeah.
And he's walking, and well, he's being filmed by somebody with a phone. They got posted. I don't know if you find it at or not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But he's just like cursing in his language because they didn't have to kill them guys. You know, I mean, they was all like not lined up, but every couple of feet,
Yeah.
they all in a ditch.
Yeah.
So pretty much, they was captured.
Yeah.
They tapped out. You got me.
Yeah.
And they gunned them down. Yeah, man. You know, well, shit. They done fucked me up. But anyway,
Sorry.
that was one of the turning points of no. That was one of the turning points of World War II. There was a little more than a platoon of soldiers that got captured by the Germans, and the Germans killed all of them.
Yeah.
And I think they was 101st unit. And when the Allies advanced and found them frozen, like with their, how they'd be frozen, arms up in the air and stuff,
Yeah.
that once that got back to all the other American units, that shit sparked their asses on fire, and they lit the Germans up.
Yeah.
Like they was catching Germans and killing them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They was leaving none of them alive, man. Whenever they all heard about, like, hey, they got like, I don't know, 34. I don't know.
It's a lot easier just to shoot them in the head than have to give them meals and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, dude, we're going deep. I seen a movie when I was a child. It was a movie, obviously, about, the Holocaust and World War II. And I don't know if any of your listeners or people in the chat know about it, but they had to cut down on bullets. So the Germans would have, like, two Jews stand behind each other, right? No, back to back. And they would stick a gun in one of them's mouth and pull the trigger, and the bullet would hit the other one that was, like the back of their heads are touching. So that would go through.
Yeah, it doesn't really sound very likely. You just fucking stab them and let them bleed them out. You don't want to fucking waste a bullet. If you don't have bullets, if you don't want to waste bullets, you don't waste bullets. You know what I'm saying? You fucking stab a motherfucker in the neck and you let him bleed out, man.
I'm just talking about the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, but yeah, man. But you know what though? Again, I believe that Joe Biden won, but elections are not free and they are not fair, and that's it, And we shouldn't, as people take certain things like that personal. You know, like
I think we should. I think we
another
should.
damn Super Bowl.
I think we
Big
should.
Deal.
I think we should take it very personal, Brandon, because the politicians know that the elections aren't fair, and they continue to act like somehow it's outrageous if we question them. So I think we should take it very personal.
Well, Mike, well, let me ask you this then. So, I think election. Well, I'm sorry. How do you think a general election for president should be ran? Should everybody have to vote in one day?
I think everybody should be able to vote on their cell phone, and there can be voting polling places or whatever. And I think that there shouldn't be any parties. I think on election day it should be Americans voting for Americans, not fucking Republicans voting for fucking Republicans and fucking Democrats voting for fucking Democrats, because we're just gonna get the same fucking results if that's the way we fucking keep it. For fucking ever.
Well, now, okay, but what about the people who says no? You should have to go and vote in person because we can't trust computers because computers can get hacked.
I mean, if people's cell phones can be hacked that easily, I would think all of their Bitcoins would be being stolen, and Bitcoin wouldn't be worth shit. You know what I'm saying?
Ah, okay. So
you hear what I'm saying? You hear what I'm saying, right? It wouldn't.
Yes,
I mean,
yeah. I mean, there is a reason why no one's hacking America's nuclear site and launching nukes. Is what you're saying?
Well, no. What I'm saying is that if people's phones were that easily hackable, that the Bitcoin wouldn't be worth fucking 10 cents because no one would be able to hold on to them at $46,000 each.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that different systems got better level of security, is what I'm saying.
Nah.
You know, so we're saying the same thing.
Nah.
Like Bitcoin has a very secure site, whatever, or
If you can take control of somebody, if you can take control of someone's cell phone, you can basically steal everything they have. Okay, in today's world, and I don't see that happening left and right all over the place. So I don't think I think the cell phones are pretty secure, and that if we can trust the fucking technology that we're currently using, which doesn't appear to be that secure, we can probably trust the fucking cell phones. And find some way to make it very secure for people, where we don't really have to worry about, like you said, there's very little voter fraud. You know what I mean? Except for maybe the fact that the fucking voter machines are being hacked. There's a very good chance of that, from the information that I'm hearing.
Well, how I went and voted here in Missouri, I registered online. Right, and they mailed me something, and they was like, "This is where you can go vote."
Yeah.
And it had a barcode on it. Right. It was like a little flyer.
Yeah.
I would say. And then, but I didn't take my flyer. I call it a flyer, but I took it to my daughter's school where the voting place was, right around the corner from my house.
Yeah.
I walked there. No, I think I drove there. I could have walked. It's right 2 streets over. But anyway. So I get there. I stood in line about an hour and a half. I walked up, showed my ID, and I showed them. I always show everybody my retired military ID. So they had to put that in just a little different way because my social's not on it. It's my military ID number on it, right?
Yeah.
So boom. Then they print me out something. I go to the next table, and she scans the barcode and she prints out my voting sheet, and it has a barcode on it that I'm assuming is tied to my name, my address, my social security number. Then I voted, and I walked up to the machine. The lady says, "Okay, stick it in." I stuck it in.
I bet she did.
Yeah, I know. Shut up, man. So anyway, and then it kept all the paper. So here in Missouri, the paper trail matched the voting.
Yeah.
Now, and that was the same thing in Georgia, you know, because and that's the thing. You got to have a paper trail, okay?
Right.
You know, now for the app stuff, I don't know if it's a thumbprint or a little shot of your eyeball or whatever. You know, if you're going to do it that way, then therefore they can match that to you. The same way with if I register and I show up with a picture ID, right, or whatever, showing it's me,
Yeah.
and then I go vote.
Yeah, and
we just got to have a 2-level system
and
to make sure that
a lot of countries do verify with the thumbprint, right, Brandon?
I was in Iraq, and that's how they did it.
Yeah.
The people would vote, and they would. I was there for this. It was emotional, man.
Yeah.
Like, it was like the first time they could fucking vote, bro.
Yeah.
And they would just show their. You can Google it.
Yeah.
They would just show up their fingers.
Yeah. Everybody
And
holds their
thumbs would
hand.
be red. You know, you
Yeah.
probably
Everybody
And
holds
that's
their hands
vote.
up, and they all got ink on them.
Well, also, Mike, a lot of countries there's this thing called illiteracy where people can't read and write.
Yeah.
Okay. Meaning they don't read English or write English. They read Arabic or Pashto or Dari or whatever.
Well, that's
but
not.
if they
That's
never
not.
been told how to read or write,
But that's not.
then their thumbprint is their signature.
Yeah. There you go. I agree.
Yeah.
Hey, it's always good to hear from you, Brandon.
All right, Mike, man. Hey, brother, you take it easy, man. All
Okay.
right?
I'm looking forward to talking to you soon.
All right, boss. Take care.
I'm gonna play a quick video. I gotta heat up my tea. I got let's see. I got a video about where's the legalization in South Dakota? South Dakota, right there. I think you know what? I'm gonna play the video about Julian Assange because I think it's a little bit funnier. Although the South Dakota legalization one's pretty funny too. So Julian Assange, it's not really funny, but in this video, the host of the show bitch smacks a couple of commentators. First she says, and this is why Democrats are authoritarian. But then she should have said the same exact thing when the Republicans started blah, 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 going the same thing that the douchebag Democrat said. She goes, and this is why Republicans are authoritarians. But I thought it was a pretty good clip, and I thought I wanted to share it with you. Joe Biden wants Julian Assange. The people in the UK are saying that Julian Assange is not healthy enough to go to the United States, and if he goes there, he will most likely die. And Joe Biden is saying, I don't give a fuck. We want to prosecute him now.
And speaking of a lack of liberty, the Biden administration reportedly going to continue to try to get WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange extradited to the United States in order to lock him up for a long, long time. Just weeks ago, a British judge ruled that Assange is in a fragile mental state and could be harmful to himself if threatened with extradition. But now, a DOJ official in the Biden administration has revealed they want to prosecute him anyway. This, even as a dozen human rights and press freedom organizations have petitioned Biden to change course. So what will it take for this administration to do what's right? The party panel is back. Jason Chaffetz, Kat Timpf, and Chris Hahn. So, Chris, I will start with you. What is the holdup in making sure that Julian Assange doesn't face charges because of the threat it would pose to other members of the press?
Well, I don't think this is simply a freedom of the press issue. This man instructed a member of the U.S. Armed Forces on how to take classified information from a server and send it to him. We don't know who Julian Assange is working for. To call him a publisher of a magazine and protect him under the First Amendment, that is just not necessarily true. And that's something, quite frankly, that could be worked out in our justice system and in the courts.
Who gets to decide?
The courts get to decide that.
The courts get to decide what a journalist is?
That's what they're there for.
Are you a journalist because you host a podcast?
The courts will get to decide whether or not the actions he took were espionage or an act of journalism. I, for one, think they were espionage, and I think he should be held accountable.
This is why Democrats like you are authoritarians. So, Kat, what do you make of this obsession with Julian Assange? Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, certainly more authoritarian than someone like me who believes that what he did made it harder for the government to hide shady things. It was a net positive for us citizens. And people always talk about he shouldn't have been doing that. He shouldn't be doing that. Well, he revealed the government is doing what it wasn't supposed to be doing. How come we don't ever talk about that? With everything going on right now in the world, we're actually spending, taxpayer money and resources to go after Julian Assange.
Yeah.
It's absolutely sickening. It's absolutely awful. Commute his sentence is what you should do, and let alone going after him. Hey guys, you got other stuff you can be doing. Why don't you work on some of that?
Yeah, and why don't you walk the walk when you talk about criminal justice reform?
Absolutely.
It's fascinating because critics of President Trump said he was literally Hitler, but there were people in his inner circle, although he didn't do it, trying to convince him to pardon or commute the sentences of Ross Ulbricht, Julian Assange, and Edward Snowden.
All three, I
he
agree.
didn't do that, but he should have, and it was Republicans who are leading that charge, Jason.
Well, I got to tell you, I think there is a legal, lawful way to be a whistleblower and provide information. I like to think that I help champion those people, but I don't think Julian Assange is necessarily a hero. I'm more with Chris Hahn on this. You cannot just go and take classified material and try to disseminate it. There is a proper way to do that, and there's an illegal way to do that. And I do think he should have his day in court, and I do think he should be brought to justice.
Isn't that what the New York Times and Washington Post did with the Pentagon Papers?
I don't think it's a direct parallel. No, I don't.
They were given classified information and
Not
published
even
it.
close.
How so?
It was not even close.
There's but to teach people how to steal it and then to go through, and I don't know all the details of the case, but to instruct somebody how to steal it, and then the stealing actually happens. If that's what happened, that is illegal. You can't do that.
Then I think the stealing was arguably the worst part of that, but Chelsea Manning had her sentence commuted.
Yeah, I don't understand all these impassioned arguments. No, we have to make sure that the government can easily hide things from us.
Exactly.
I don't get
and spend trillions of dollars on illegal wars. Yeah, that's awesome, but Assange should be thrown away for life. I know. Again, we have to go, but thank you so much, party panel, Jason, Kat, and Chris. You're all wonderful in your own way. Special little angels of the Lord. All right.
I love that clip. I love how they spelled it out. The blonde news model. She's like, how can you people be screaming that the government needs more to keep more secrets from the public and have to have a better, I thought that was a really, really good clip. I love the way, Kennedy bitch slaps that Democrat and says, this is why Democrats are authoritarians. And he says, I'm authoritarian. And she says, that's right. He said, I'm authoritarian? Uh-huh. I love that. Hello, caller.
Hey, Bob.
What's up, Manny?
Hey, just chilling over here at work. Since I'm doing remote work, I don't have a schedule with work. I just have to do tasks and deadlines to do work. But yeah, I'm here. Listen to you at night. Fox News.
Right on.
24/7 on YouTube.
Right on.
On other platforms. Yeah, right on. So now you believe that there's fake news, right?
Now I believe what?
There is fake news, right?
I'm sorry, Manny. I'm not sure what you're saying, bro.
Now you believe there's fake news, right?
Fake news? Of course. There's always been... Manny, I don't know if you're new today or something, but I'm Mox News, as in pretend, Mox, fake, imitating. I unfair and biased. Yes, Manny, I know that there's fake news, but it's not fake. What it is it's programming. And it's not on accident. It's there to confuse people.
Yeah, I kind of realize that, especially, during the Trump. I think we talked about this a few days ago, but when I moved to the U.S., I was listening to Rush Limbaugh and talk radio, and every once in a while I saw this guy, Bill O'Reilly, because I wanted to learn English now, and it's good to listen now. And it's hard to understand what they're saying when you try to learn English. even if you can fairly write and fairly speak very well, it's hard to understand what they're saying. One of the things that they used to say is they used to like the media manipulation, the left wing bias, or there was this guy who called it the drive-by media.
Yeah, I've heard that expression before.
Yeah, they took out like weaponized news instead of actual news. They just weaponize the news to tell people what to think, and what to believe, and what to listen to. And this is not something new, though. Like I listened to that, and I heard that term like 15 years ago, 2005, 2004, when Keith Olbermann used to be like a decent, sane, reputable news guy. Now he's all deranged crazy. But I mean, I used to even watch MSNBC though.
Yeah.
The Countdown. Yeah, he used to. I mean, I used to respect the guy.
Well, he used to say some very important things about war and about truth and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then suddenly Trump came by. And he started saying all fake news, and I thought, oh, this guy is full of it. And suddenly, you start seeing the news, how they start attacking the guy, how inconsistent the media is, how biased to the point that they're really kissing the ass of the Democrats.
Yeah.
Especially in the last 2 years, it's so open and so obvious. And I kind of want to apologize to Trump because he was kind of right when it comes to the fake news media, though.
Yeah. Well, Jon Stewart, who I don't remember what year, but they did a poll in Time magazine, and Jon Stewart that year was the most trusted person in the American news media. And Jon Stewart every night used to say that this is fake news. Jon Stewart, I'm doing fake news. So he kind of coined the phrase, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, I never listened to the guy. I saw the Colbert guy when he used to have this show on Comedy Central. He was funny, legit funny.
Yeah, he's great.
And now he's like, what happened? He's like so plain, so vanilla.
He seems to be like just another propagandist, huh?
Yeah, he's so vanilla though, and I don't like Colbert though. But I mean, in Mexico, we literally have a guy dressed as a clown who gives the news, and he is one of the most trusted newsmen in Mexico.
Huh.
Because, there's a guy literally dressed as a clown.
Yeah.
Like a homeless clown.
What's his name?
Who gives the news. Brozo. B-R-O-Z-O.
Brozo.
Yeah.
Nice.
The clown.
Brozo.
Yeah,
we should call him, see if we can get him on the show, Craig. We need Brozo on the show. Brozo.
He's very high profile in Mexico, so I doubt I'm going to be able to contact him. But yeah, he's one of the most trusted, like during the last few years, he's clearly one of the most trusted guys in news in Mexico. People trusted him more than even Jorge Ramos, who I used to respect the guy back in the day. But ever since he came to Trump, he kind of lost the backbone. He kind of became like a resistant type of reporter.
Yeah.
Jorge Ramos. Ya llegaba como Univision.
Yeah, something happened with the media where it's like now we all have to kind of be of the same like mind, the same hive mind. We all have to speak basically the same thing, otherwise people will think that you know what I mean. We all have to. If we don't join together and stay solid in our lives, then people are going to be able to see through them. But if we're all speaking the same thing and they're thinking, oh, Fox News is on the good guys, or CNN is the good guys, or MSNBC is the good guys, then they'll get that same message, and they'll know that they'll kind of be convinced that we're kind of all on the same page and that they should get on that page too.
What do you think you'll be successful, Mark?
Me?
Yeah.
Well,
why do you think people listen to you? Because they're fed up with the BS of the media and the narrative, and they want to listen to some alternatives.
Well,
and unfortunately, I mean, this is why a lot of alternative guys like Carter, like Ben Shapiro, like Tim Pool,
I talk,
or like even Joe Rogan. That's very popular though because people are fed up with the narrative.
I talk a lot about things that people don't talk about too. I talk a lot about the evolution of this species, of the humankind. I talk about, you know, why isn't anybody talking about a 21st, 22nd century infrastructure project? I talk about a lot of things that doesn't seem to be in the dialogue.
Yeah, and people want to listen to that, not to. In fact, they don't even care about impeachment right now. How much you want to bet people don't even watch impeachment? Like the actual trial of the impeachment trial.
Hillary?
Because they don't care anymore. No, how much you want to bet people don't even listen or watch the impeachment trial right now? Because they want to see alternatives. They're fed up with this not biased media, fake news type of thing that they listen to.
Yeah.
They're fed up with the news as well.
Well, you don't have to watch the mainstream media to watch the trial. You can watch it on C-SPAN, and although C-SPAN is definitely taking a stance on it too. You know, I mean, C-SPAN has their little fucking bend on it.
They're making this whole thing blow out of proportion, though. I mean, the whole Capitol riot that happened on January 6th. I mean, let's face it, though. There have been similar instances of people invading the Capitol buildings at a state level. Way worse. And nobody says a thing, though, because it has been done by Democrats or like Antifa or left-leaning people. I mean, they even tried to put fire in one of the state houses in Portland, state courthouses. So don't tell me that this hasn't happened before, because it has happened, though. And it wasn't even, and they tried to compare this to the War of 1812, and I took U.S. history in college, community college.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the War of 1812 was an actual war, and they actually, put on fire the White House. Like,
right.
They torched on fire the White House.
And my point.
They torched on fire the White House. They didn't torch and fire the Capitol. They just went in to tell the people, hey, what you're doing is wrong.
Yeah.
I want you to respect the process. I want you to.
We want you to hear our voices.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is the reason why I don't social media anymore. I mean, I used to read Time Magazine and Newsweek, but they used to be like the big deal back in the 2000s. I used to go to Borders, when Borders used to be a thing. I don't know if you remember Borders?
I'm not sure.
Borders, the bookstore. No, Barnes & Noble.
Oh, yeah. I remember Borders, Barnes & Noble. I remember those places.
Well, I used to go to Borders because I was the closest one. And I used to read that magazine. And like, I used to read a lot of Times and a lot of Newsweek, The Economist and stuff. I mean, The Economist is still pretty decent, though, but I don't know, man. It's just...
I hear you, man. The media is messed up, man, and that's again, why it's Mox News. It's why it's unfair and biased. It's Mox News because I don't think it's possible, honestly, not to be biased. It's like saying I don't have an opinion about this. I'm just reporting. I don't think that's true. I think that obviously there's a spin on both sides, and and there's a lot of opinion, and it's not. So I just, right up front, and I'm not really like trying to say one side or the other is better. I'm just saying I don't think it's possible not to have some bias. So me saying up front that I'm going to be unfair and biased is much more honest than any other media company to start with.
Yeah, and I understand that. I mean, you want to give your opinion, and I understand that as well. But that's the nature of talk radio. That's the nature of like a 3-hour opinion show.
Yeah.
Because I've been noticing that if you actually give straight news, it's boring. Nobody wants to listen to it anymore, and especially now that you have cell phones. And you can read like a 2-paragraph Reuters or Associated Press briefing on what happened.
Yeah.
And then you read that, and then what are you gonna do for the next 2 hours and 45 minutes? You have to give your analysis, and sometimes the analysis is biased.
Oh, for sure. It's always
personal analysis, and actually, and there's one thing to give your personal analysis, and another one try to tell the news pretending to be tell your opinion pretending to be your news. And it has to be a distinction, though, and that's pretty disingenuous, though, and especially when they try to, I don't know, the news try to set the moral compass and they try to tell us what is right and what is wrong. That's what I hate the most. They're very disingenuous. They're trying to frame the moral compass, and they try to tell you what's right, what's wrong. They're trying to tell you, like, you have to do this, or if not, you're...
You don't have the freedom to decide for yourself. We're going to decide for you, and then you're supposed to go along with it. I hear you, Manny.
Yeah. And one of the best suggestions that I heard from someone, because, and I read this on Reddit, though, a comment on Reddit that it really struck me, and it's so true and so simple. If you want to get rid of the fake news and all this crazy stuff, just turn on your TV. Just literally turn it off.
Well,
outside,
don't watch that shit. Yeah. I mean, there's lots of things on TV to watch. Find something that you enjoy watching, because I'm going to tell you right now, you do not enjoy watching Fox News, you do not enjoy watching CNN, and you do not enjoy watching MSNBC. I guarantee it. No matter how many hours a day you spend doing it, you do not enjoy it. I guarantee it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a rage. It's a rage machine.
Yeah.
You're there just to. You're watching it just to make you angry.
Well, it's not that. There's this need to feel like I need to know what's going on. I need to know what people are talking about, and so these are the sources that we have to tune into. But like you're saying, the way to get them to maybe hear our voices and actually give us some true news, or just go the fuck away, is to find sources that are actually giving you real information, as opposed to just bias and opinion.
That's the way it is, man.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just want to say hi, Mark.
Yeah, man, it's always good to hear from you, bro.
Talk to you later.
Okay, I hope so. Bye. That's our buddy Manny. I'm going to play a video for you about punishing social media for censoring political candidates. I'm going to do that now.
Twitter's chief financial officer says former President Trump's ban from Twitter is permanent. During a CNBC interview, Ned Siegel said the ban will stay in place even if Trump runs for office again. Now, he cited company policies saying, quote, when you're removed from the platform, you're removed from the platform. Siegel insists that policy applies to anyone who is removed, no matter who they are or what they do for a living.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis made headlines last week for proposing fining social media companies for suspending the account of political candidates. He's one of several politicians across the U.S. accusing big tech of censorship. National correspondent Angela Brown has the story.
Two lawmakers have bills in committee right now. They believe that big tech has too much power controlling the information that gets to you. They consider themselves David and big tech Goliath. North Dakota State Representative Tom Kading is taking on financial giants.
I hope to tilt the fighting field just a little bit more in David's favor.
Goliath is Facebook, worth over $763 billion, according to MacroTrend and other social media companies. Compared to North Dakota, that Kading says has a GDP of around $64 billion.
It's hard taking on a company of that size.
But Kading is pushing back, filing legislation last month allowing users in North Dakota to sue social media companies for getting banned or censoring content. Kading says he knows people who have lost money after being banned.
Pay their mortgage bill based on, their YouTube channel, or make their career based on what they do on Facebook. And so people's lives could be affected.
Over in Oklahoma, State Senator Nathan Dahm filed a bill that would fine social media companies up to $10,000 for every instance of censorship or even losing tax credits.
I'm going to make sure that the people of Oklahoma are able to express their First Amendment rights, and I'm not going to give in to these tech giants being able to stifle viewpoints that they disagree with, while receiving taxpayer funds or tax credits.
The battle over censorship in big tech boiled over after former President Donald Trump was pulled off social media following the Capitol riot. CEO Mark Zuckerberg responded saying, "We believe the risks of allowing the president to continue to use our services during this period are simply too great." Social media giants like Facebook have the legal right to restrict content on their platforms. These companies are bigger, have more resources, but lawmakers believe they can chip away at their advantage if more states get on board.
Once one domino falls, once one state passes something similar to this, then other states, I think, will be more willing to step up.
Democrats also take issue with big tech. Last week, Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar introduced legislation that would reform antitrust laws. In Washington, Angela Brown.
Facebook says it will begin limiting political content on people's news feeds in the coming weeks. They'll start the experiment in Canada, Brazil, and Indonesia, then eventually include here in the U.S. Facebook says political content currently makes up only 6% of what users see in their news feeds, but they say they want to better serve those who feel they're seeing too much political content. The company says the changes will affect all brands and publishers equally.
Facebook is going to limit what you can post on your Facebook page if it involves news content, because people don't want to see that. What the fuck? Oh, thanks so much for censoring me, Facebook. What the fuck? Starting with Canada, every single Canadian should unsubscribe from Facebook immediately. Hello, caller.
Yo, man, I got a really good joke. You want to hear this?
Maybe.
All right. What do you call Joe Biden when he smokes weed?
What?
A baked potato.
I don't get it.
What?
I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't get it. What do you call it? What do you call him? What? A baked potato? A baked potato?
A baked potato.
Huh. I don't get it.
Mm.
You mean like he's just a potato, just sits there?
Yeah, and he smokes weed, so he's baked.
Yeah, it would be. I think he'd be an actually decent person if he smoked weed. So I wouldn't count on that. But thanks for the joke.
He probably wouldn't yell as much, but I mean, he'd probably still be arrogant. And
I yell a lot.
whatnot.
I smoke plenty of weed.
Yeah.
What?
On the show, make you chill.
Well, that's very good. You got another joke?
Let's see. I'm trying to think.
You ever hear this one? What's the difference between a dead baby and an apple?
What?
I can't say. If I told you, they'd fucking delete my page.
No, I gotta what do you call a nun in a wheelchair?
What?
Virgin Mobile.
Virgin what? Virginal?
Virgin Mobile.
Okay. All right. Well, are you a first-time caller?
Yeah.
Right on. What's your name?
Jonathan Byers.
Hey, Jonathan. Thanks a lot for calling. Are you political at all?
Yeah.
So, what do you think about the election?
Oh, that shit was rigged.
What do you think about the raiding of the Capitol, the occupation of the People's House?
You know, about the Capitol, they like to say riots. I mean, they say it was the darkest day in history. I mean, 9/11, like 3,000 people died. Okay. They don't say a word about that today.
Yeah.
And like, it's just ridiculous. I mean, we've had way darker days. You know.
Yeah, you know what it is? You know what it is that I see these politicians as viewing themselves as some kind of like indispensable part of our country. And if somehow, if they were to be lost, if their lives were to be lost, unlike a soldier or something like that, you know, one of us, you or me, if one of their lives were to be lost, it would just be the most tragic event that we can possibly imagine in the darkest day in American history. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. And it's literally ridiculous. And, you know, we have AOC lying and saying she was raped or sexually assaulted or whatever. And who knows? That could have just been someone wiping a bug. Oh, for sure. Could have been anything. You know, people have gone to prison for, you know, slapping someone in the butt cheek. You know, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. I keep worrying. I keep worrying that's going to happen to me.
Yeah, and that scum Jamie Raskin, you know what I'm talking about, that representative from Maryland.
Yeah, that guy. I know who you're talking about.
That son of a bitch keeps on using his dead son to get through his agenda. I mean,
they're so full of shit, dude. I am just disgusted that this is the most important thing that they should be spending the people's time on, you know, and it's solely to disenfranchise tens of millions of voters who in 2024 want to vote for Donald Trump. That's what they're doing. They talk about how Donald Trump tried to disenfranchise thousands of voters in Georgia and Pennsylvania, but they're doing exactly that same thing, you know, to tens of millions of people, Americans.
And like you said, in Georgia, you know, we have that, well, I'm not in Georgia, but they have that cuck Senator John Ossoff.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you've seen the video. You can look this up. He literally said, people who do not stand for the Democratic Party should be beaten till they're too embarrassed to show their face.
Well, I think that all these people, I mean, they say things that are, you know, that are just expressing their freedom of speech, and that somehow, you know, they can do it, but this person can't do it. And again, I just think that this thing for them is so personal. This thing that happened on January 6th, it's like, it's not about the people. The people are domestic terrorists. You know, it's not about, and this thing where they say, if it wasn't for Donald Trump, this never would have happened. Yeah, well, you're saying that Nancy Pelosi, there's no reason why the people that took that house back would have any other reason besides Donald Trump to go up there and demand, you know, that the criminals hear their voices. Is that what you're trying to tell us? Because I'm not buying it.
Yeah, like, you know, cause you know all that BLM shit where they're literally burning down cities.
They didn't burn down. They didn't burn down any cities. I mean, they set a few fires here and there, but there was a whole lot of, you know. Look, the BLM protesters are Americans fighting for freedom. The protesters in Michigan who go to the state capitol with their AR-15 slung over their shoulder and take over the Capitol buildings are Americans fighting for freedom. The Occupy protesters that went into the streets under Obama and stayed there for months and months and months demanding the change they were promised were Americans fighting for freedom. These people at the Capitol on January 6th were Americans fighting for freedom. That's the facts, Jack.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but
and if you view it as like, oh well, these guys did this, and you know, it's like you're taking sides and you're buying into the division, and then it's like, oh no, Fox News tells us the truth. Oh no, CNN tells us the truth. You know, it's all bullshit. You know, oh no, the Republicans are the good side. Oh no. They're all fucking criminals, and they're all chipping away at our freedom, at our Constitution every single day. And the only way to stand You know, I see it really black and white, right? I see either you stand on the side of freedom or you stand with the police state. You know, that's where we're at now.
Yeah, and I want to talk about your buddy Mitch McConnell, that tortoise.
Yeah.
Oh, man,
he has the weakest chin I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I mean, I want to make a list of just everyone in there. And that one senator from Iowa, he's been in there 1981, 40 years, longer than I've been alive. The Mitch McConnell, Richard Shelby, which Richard Shelby's not running next year. Chuck Schumer, I mean, all these people, I think they need to make it, when they do term limits, have it be no more than 3 years. 3 years is a stretch. That's 18 years.
I think 18 years is a little long, honestly. But I hear what you're saying, absolutely. I talk all the time about the professional political class and how that's how Donald Trump got elected. Was he went up there and there was all these professional politicians standing there talking their professional politician bullshit, and then there was Donald Trump, and people went, I like clowns. I like clowns better than these professional politicians. I'm going to vote for the clown.
Oh yeah, because you know Hillary Clinton. I mean, she's done so much illegal shit.
Right,
I mean,
Hillary Clinton is one of the most despised figures in American political history.
Oh yeah, every time she meets with someone who disagrees with her, just know she's thinking about how they are going to kill themselves. I mean, you know.
It would be such a shame for that to happen to you.
Oh yeah. All right, man. Well, I gotta go. I gotta go to bed. But,
all right, bro. We'll call back sometime soon.
I will.
Thanks for calling. Talk to you soon. Stay cool. We'll get through it. See ya. All right. So I have more videos. What video should I play now? Let's see. Oh, and this is real. Check this out. And this is real. Okay.
That Trump won the election. Among the suspect's possessions, this is real, a white privilege card. I want you to take a look at this. It's a fake white privilege credit card. Subtitle, Trump's everything. The card holder, scot-free, with 2 T's. Scot-free is actually spelled with 1 T, but, you know, 2 T's on that card. That one piece of evidence, an insight into the man's state of mind, that he can get away with anything because of his skin color.
That evidence that he had a sense of humor. How dare he? Scot-free. That guy is such a snarky little bitch. Oh, scot-free. Scot-free spelt with 1 T. What a snarky little bitch. Unless, of course, you're spelling it like a name, as in Scott. Then you might spell it with 2 T's. So it would look right as if it was a name. You snarky little bitch. What the fuck is wrong with that guy, right? Let's see. What do you guys want to see? Oh, I have a good one for you right here.
Biden's top priorities have been things like fighting the pandemic and helping Americans recover from the financial fallout of it. But he's also focused on climate change and the environment. But now he's facing some blowback for one of his first actions he took after swearing in. Here's Sinclair National correspondent James Rosen.
On day one, President Biden halted construction of Keystone XL. But champions of the $8 billion pipeline, including Democratic allies, are not going down without a fight. Among them, AFL-CIO President Richard Trumka, whose federation represents more than 12 million workers.
I wish he hadn't done that on the first day. It did and will cost us jobs in the process.
Designed to parallel the existing Keystone pipeline, Keystone XL would stretch 1,200 miles, pumping 35 million gallons of crude oil a day from Canada to Nebraska.
What we're doing with this resolution.
On Tuesday, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, a crucial swing vote, wrote President Biden to reconsider. So did 14 Republican attorneys general, arguing Montana alone will lose $58 million in annual tax revenue.
Both along the course of the pipeline, the refineries where the end product would have been, you're talking potentially tens of thousands more jobs that could be affected.
The White House countered that the president will work on building a so-called green green economy after he and Congress come to terms on COVID relief.
He talked about his plans to also put forward a jobs plan in the weeks or months following, and he has every plan to do exactly that.
On net, more good-paying union jobs will be created in the context of the climate and infrastructure work that we have before us.
Jane Klebb, chair of the Democratic Party in Nebraska and a longtime Keystone XL opponent, told Sinclair solar and wind jobs currently pay about a third of the wages of a union pipe fitter supporting fossil fuels.
So if we're serious about building out the massive clean energy that we're going to need, we need to make sure that those are union jobs, and we need to make sure that that's protected in law.
Advocates of Keystone XL say the demand for Canadian crude oil will remain, meaning that if the pipeline isn't built, rail cars will transport the crude, subjecting the climate to greater volumes of harmful emissions than the pipeline would create. Outside the nation's capital, James Rosen.
Potentially subjecting the environment to greater emissions. Now, the thing is that you hear him talk there about tens of thousands of jobs, and then he says, and those tens of thousands of jobs would produce potentially tens of thousands of more jobs because it's a good paying job, it's a union job, those people have money to spend in the community, spending that money creates more jobs. This is what I'm saying about an infrastructure project. Why are we worried about one little fucking pipeline when we should be building a giant 21st, 22nd century infrastructure project? And why are we doing that? Because it's the distraction by the media. Because it's, again, this misinforming people, this misleading people, as if this is what's really important. No, we need to get an actual infrastructure project. The reason that they're shutting this down is because it's not a 21st century idea. It's a fucking 19th century idea. And we need to be thinking about the future. Hello, caller.
Hey, man, it's Laura again.
Hi, Laura.
Hey, glad you're feeling better, maybe.
How do you spell your name?
Maybe.
With the O or
hell no.
Okay, I was just wondering.
A.
Okay.
I got three vowels
and two
consonants.
Okay, so it has a U in there too,
Two
huh?
continents. What's that?
It has a U in there too also, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just wondering. I love that, man. It's a very pretty name.
Oh, yeah, I love it. I love my name.
Yeah.
So, yeah, hey, you're talking about wind power and all that?
I'm talking about 21st century infrastructure, yeah.
Yeah. Well, when I take quite a hike going to work and there and back, I got two wind towers in between my drive. 50% of the time they don't work.
Huh.
The huge wind towers.
Yeah.
You know, those huge ones.
Are you sure that they're not working as opposed to them being shut down? Because they're not
they're not catching wind.
Yeah, I hear you. I see what I think that
they're not twirling around in circles.
I think that they're not being prioritized to be using that energy, and that when the other energy source is producing plenty of energy, they're going, oh, we don't need this extra wind energy, and if you introduce it into our infrastructure, it's going to overcharge everything, so you better shut those down. I think that's potentially what you're seeing, Laura.
What does that mean? I have no clue what that means.
Okay. The people who currently produce the electricity have big factories in which they produce it in a number of different ways.
This is in a tiny little town of 1,600 people.
Okay.
There's two wind towers with a company that says, I don't know, they own a wind fucking thing. Wind company.
Well,
come support us.
Oh, see,
I don't know, buy your shit.
What I'm saying about this 21st century infrastructure project is that I want people, you know, smart people with a vision. They're actually going, okay, what is the 21st century going to look like? What should we be working towards? And then we go, okay, let's work towards that, whether it be wind or solar or petroleum or natural gas or hemp power, whatever it is. I just want I want this discussion to begin so we can start heading that direction.
That'll be the next thing that Biden will ixnay that Trump did, was legalizing hemp. 100%, I'll bet you.
Well, I love it. I so hope that you're right.
What, you think hemp is bad?
No, I think that it shows what a piece of shit Joe Biden is, and how fucking how he lives in the 1950s instead of the 21st century.
The fuck, he isn't even, dude. You know it's fucking Obama behind his ass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Obama's just as the same as Joe Biden. I mean, they're exactly the same. And again, being neocons who can't wait to start the next war. So we're clear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? This is what I'm thinking. I hope there isn't fucking something hits the fan, because then they'll take, you know, everything off of maybe taking away our Second Amendment, because they start doing that shit is gonna hit the fan.
Yeah, of course it is, and that's the point of why Obama didn't do anything about the Second Amendment when he was in power for 8 years. He didn't do anything about it because he was in power for 8 years, and he had the control of the House of Representatives, and he had control of the Senate, and they did absolutely nothing about it because we have guns. They can't take our guns because we have guns. Okay?
You don't think they will?
No, they can't. You don't understand. It's not. No.
Look at this crap they're doing with this impeachment bullshit.
Okay, impeachment bullshit isn't going to be, I'm coming up to your front door to take your guns now. Real good plan. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, people are not going to give up their guns. People are not going to give up their guns. And the people who think about taking their guns know that the people aren't going to give up their guns.
No, Biden's thing is extreme taxes on everybody that owns a gun. Have you looked at the, what the fuck is it, 144 or whatever it is?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the extreme taxes on guns, but again...
No, okay, so here's how it goes.
This is one of those things that's going to be found unconstitutional after it's in the Supreme Court for 2 years and never enacted into law, so you know.
Well, he's already talked to the Supreme Court about bringing back Obamacare.
Mm-hmm. Well, Obamacare, again, is if it was a public health care, you know, if it was actually helping the people, it would be one thing instead of it being a giveaway to the insurance companies. I think we need to have some kind of public health care in this country, that, you know, a universal public health care, because health care shouldn't be about how much money you have.
Right, Minnesota has a very good plan of how they did it. So it based off of your yearly income, and you got Minnesota Care, it was called. And if you made, you know, under $30,000, you got pretty much full coverage.
Oh, well, that sounds like a really good thing. I think that sounds like the way things should be.
Right.
Yeah.
Under $50,000, you had to pay like, I don't know, $30 a month.
Oh, that's awesome. See, that's the way, that's actually public care. And it's not just a matter, I think that's a matter of national security, you know, a healthy public.
I think, Obama wanted, because the $600 fine was put into his GOP, or the GDP. You know, to make it look like their bullshit was better than it was.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was, it looks like just a giveaway to the insurance companies, to me, mostly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I told all my friends that were rich, I said, hey, in '08, I said, get into any freaking stock that has something to do with freaking insurance, health insurance, because goddamn right, that's just going to go sky high. And it did.
Right on. You're a visionary. Are you playing the Robin Hood?
No, God, no. I'm doing silver and gold.
Oh, right. You said
and
that.
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin seems to be
I had
going up.
7 Bitcoins 4
Awesome.
years ago. I bought it
Brilliant.
January 20th, 2017.
Congratulations.
At $1,000.
Awesome. That is freaking awesome, dude.
I bought 500 ounces of silver in 2017 also.
Huh.
No, actually that was 16.
Well,
I'm getting into gold.
Well, there's my Bitcoin wallet in the chat, in case you're wondering.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right.
No,
Bitcoin?
what's that? Right now, that's the only one that I have, I think. Why did you have something else that you want to suggest?
Oh, I got Ethereum.
Oh yeah, Craig is
shit
thinking
ton.
the Ethereum is gonna go crazy. That's what Craig is thinking.
Yeah, I bought that at $20.
Wow!
Out of that.
Congratulations, dude. That is kicking ass. I can't believe how much that is kicking ass. I'll go get an Ethereum wallet right now for you.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The other thing was I bought $4,000 worth of Ripple when it was a 16th of a penny.
Yeah. I keep looking at that
And-
one. That's the XRP, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep looking at that one. It looks like it has promise to me. I keep telling people, and people don't. They're like, yeah, whatever.
I don't know. It at that price, you already missed the boat.
Well, it sounds like
that's
you
the
made
price
lots of
is
money
now.
off of
I
it.
don't know.
It's at 5 cents
Well,
today.
I bought that at 16th of a penny.
Yeah.
And if I would have held to the top of the market at $3.60, I would have made $2.5 million.
Dang. Would you?
Yeah.
So where'd you sell it at?
Just on $4,000.
Huh. That
Yeah.
I mean, it's still making money. There's a lot of people not making money. And they're saying hold the XRP, don't sell, don't sell, don't sell. That Binance is going crazy, huh?
The best thing is about my life is I've never been in debt. I've never had a mortgage. I've never had a credit card. And I live minimal.
Yeah,
I
I hear
live
you.
the extreme minimal.
You know what the best thing
I
about
live
my
in a
life
mobile
is?
home.
You know the best thing about my life is my beautiful baby Boo Bear. He's my beautiful baby Boo
Well,
Bear.
yeah,
That's the
I
best thing
see
about
now.
my life. He's right there. He's such a
Best
beautiful
thing
baby.
about my life,
Uh-huh.
I live in a mobile home on a fucking lake.
Oh, that sounds pretty
I got
good.
lakefront property.
That sounds pretty good.
That's damn good.
You say Wisconsin or Michigan?
Ain't gonna fucking what?
Since you say, I thought you said
am
Wisconsin.
In Iowa.
Oh, in
Now
Iowa.
I'm in
Okay.
Iowa.
That's yeah, that
That's
sounds
Iowa.
really nice. I think it sounds like you're doing it right, girl.
Yeah, it's nice, man.
You got a dog?
No, well, I have a cat.
Oh, good. Good to have
But
friends.
it's a Maine Coon.
Uh-huh. So
which
it
is
acts a lot
almost
like a
the
dog.
closest to a dog.
Yeah.
And this little girl, I've taught her how to fetch. So I'll throw a ball and she'll go fetch it and bring it back to me.
Nice. My brother had one of those. It had 6 toes.
Yeah, mine too.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, the only difference with my cat is she's just a tiny Maine Coon.
Yeah.
You know?
It's cool.
Maine Coons are usually 30, 40 pounds. This
Oh,
one,
they get pretty big, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they get huge. You know, and I was waiting for her to get bigger and bigger. And it's like, well, I guess it's not going to happen, but, you know.
Well, it sounds like she's...
You know, and they call them a snowshoe cat.
Huh.
You know, that's why they got the 6 toes.
Yeah?
Because they're good at being outside in the wintertime. She's just a little baby out in the winter.
Doesn't like the snow, huh?
Well, yeah, I mean, up here, it's, yeah.
Gets pretty thick.
It's cold as hell.
Yeah.
Where are you at?
Seattle.
Seattle?
Seattle, yeah.
Ew.
Man,
How the hell's that going?
I love Seattle. Seattle been very, very good to me. I've been on the front page.
Has it been violent and all that?
I've been on the front page of the Seattle Times 4 times out of 19 articles. I have people in Seattle walk up to me that I've never met before in my life and tell me that I saved their marriage. Seattle been very, very good. To
Really?
me. Yeah.
Wow.
So.
How would you save somebody's marriage?
I used to make television on the public access TV, and I was told it was very inspiring television.
Oh. On what TV?
Public access, you know, like Wayne and Garth,
Oh, yeah,
Wayne's
yeah.
World. Wayne's World.
Oh, Wayne's World?
Yeah, that was public access television that they were on. You know, Wayne
Wait.
and Garth. You remember this? You remember
Reggie
Wayne's
Green
World?
Show?
No, Wayne's World. It was, you know, it was Mike Myers and Dana Carvey. It was.
That was Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, well, they made a movie, and their show, you know, Wayne's World, was on public access television. That was the whole. That was the whole skit. You know, I know it was Saturday Night Live, but it was they did a skit called Wayne's World, and it was on public access TV.
That was from Seattle, Washington.
No, well, I don't know.
No.
I think they lived in Michigan or Wisconsin or something. I don't know. Somewhere cold.
Yeah, well, it's cold as hell over here. How warm is it over there?
It's supposed to get down to 19 degrees this morning.
Ew. It was probably like, I don't know. It's been about 20 below for the last 2 weeks.
Wow.
It's hell, man. It's hell.
I couldn't, I mean, it's not that I couldn't, it's, I don't want to. I don't want to endure that.
Well, you know what? The good thing is wearing these stupid masks.
Uh-huh.
I just leave that fucking thing on during the, you know, when you're outside in the public.
Yeah.
You know, usually I would just rip it off, you know, even before I leave the building, but...
Keep your nose warm?
You know, just because there's no cameras out there.
Yeah, that's the first thing I do when I leave the grocery store. I rip the damn thing off.
Fuck yeah.
I keep breaking them.
Leave this little...
I keep breaking them because I'm like, get this fucking thing off of me, and I'm like, oh god damn it, I broke another one.
Broke it. I bought some good ones at Amazon. They're all black. And they look just like the blue ones, but they're not all cottony. You know, so they're like more plastic.
Uh-huh.
Let me tell you, they are great.
Right on. Craig made one.
Black ones.
Craig made one that looks like
Black ones are the
Guy Fawkes. Black ones, huh?
What's that?
Craig made one that
Yep.
looks like Guy Fawkes mask, you know, like from V for Vendetta. You know that movie?
Mhm.
And then he
Yeah.
made a black one that has the Mox News logo on it too, but it doesn't fit me very good.
Go.
I don't like it's
Yeah,
too, it's a little tight.
yeah. Yeah, I gotta wear the hospital-y looking ones. So, you know, go with the black one. I just say it's just a different color, even though it's completely different material. But they don't know.
You know, it's this thing. If you got to wear this thing, and you got to wear it. You know, it's really bugging me because, like, before Biden became president, I'd walk around my neighborhood and, like, you know, less than 50% of the people, I would say, were wearing masks. And once Biden became president, like, everybody I pass now is wearing a mask. And it's really fucking weird. It's really fucking weird, man.
Well, you're in a blue state, so.
Well, there's a lot of virtue signaling going on, I think.
Yeah, you all need to conform.
Yeah. Hive mind.
Have you heard of what happened with California?
What?
You know, I heard they were gonna, you know, depart from California and go into, you know, called New California.
Oh, you mean like like separate from the country?
Yeah.
What do they call that?
State, yeah.
Secede?
Yeah,
actually, there's a plan. There's a plan for California, Oregon, Washington, and British Columbia to secede from their country, the United States and Canada, and form our own country called Cascadia. And then we own the West Coast, bitches. See who the king of the world is then.
Well, I think it would be, well, Los Angeles and San Francisco would still be last.
You know what? I love the idea of revolution. You talk about, fearing about the Second Amendment and stuff. I love the idea of revolution. I think that's why, or partially why, the Founding Fathers wanted us to have guns. And that they actually expected a revolution by now because they gave us everything we needed in order to overthrow an over-intrusive government that, fucking makes it illegal to be human, basically.
But how would this work? I mean, how would a revolution start?
Again, I think I told you before. I told you before, we sit down, we fight Amazon, we fight Facebook, we fight all these big fucking giant companies by sitting down. And, if nobody orders anything off of Amazon for 1 week, that screws up all these shipping lanes around the world. I guarantee you we have their attention then.
Yeah, I haven't ordered shit on there since. Fuck.
Well, 80% of the households in America, from what I understand, are ordering things, actually have a Prime membership.
Yeah, I have a Prime membership because I bought a 82-inch big screen TV.
Nice. There no Costco's there in Iowa?
No. What? I ain't gonna pay no $50. I don't know what you have to do.
Oh yeah, right. You gotta pay to be out.
It.
Uh-huh.
No. Let me tell you how this went. Amazon delivered it, opened the package, and put it on my shelf that I needed it on.
Very nice.
No, they did the full. Oh yeah, no, they didn't just dump it off like Costco would.
Yeah, very nice. Well, Costco might have been.
No, they brought it into my house, unboxed it, and put it on the shelf.
That's awesome, dude. I didn't know that they did that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, and they checked it out, made sure everything was good, that the product was good, and then the insurance that I have on it came with the TV, so if I ever have an issue, who is the company again? Samsung? Yeah, if their technicians will come to my house and fix the fucking thing.
Awesome.
I don't ever have to mail this thing back and be like, oh, the thing doesn't work.
Yeah.
No. They bring in technicians to fix the TV.
Nice. Well, that sounds like a pretty TV.
Oh, it's nice.
Yeah.
But let me tell you this. So I bought this in maybe, what was it, November?
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I was talking to a buddy and he's like, oh yeah, the price will go down getting closer. Maybe it was October I bought it. When it gets closer to December, it'll go down. Watch. I bought this thing at $1,700.
That sounds like a
I'm
good
Joe.
price. That sounds like a really
I
good
said,
price.
Joe, I don't think it's gonna go lower. I mean, who the fuck would go lower? It didn't.
Yeah.
Thank God I had bought it. It's now at 27.8.
Wow, that's
And
like
so then I
$1,000
wrote in
more.
comments.
Yeah.
I said, hell no. I said, I just bought this thing a month ago. I wouldn't pay over 17 for it. It's not,
Well, that was the price, so you should be able to get it for that too. Anyways, it's not that you wouldn't pay. It's not if the price was $1,800, you wouldn't have paid $1,800 at the time. It's that you shouldn't have to pay that much more. When I just got it a month ago for it's a month old or
right,
whatever.
another 1,200.
Yeah.
1,200 more.
I hear you.
That's ridiculous. Right, but I like to show people, price increases. Just, hey, this is your price increase. What's going on? I mean, that's the other thing. With this lockdown, how many products do you think are not being made?
I think there's a lot of things going on that are very strange, very, very strange from the normal daily thing. It's like way off, like we're in the Twilight Zone, kind of,
Yeah, it's crazy though. I couldn't. I just absolutely. I was in shock when Trump fucking locked down. I'm like, what? You've got to be kidding me. I don't know what the fuck happened with that bullshit. I think something really weird went on. I mean, Trump locking down. Oh, and it'll be 2 weeks. Guess what? It's been a year. We're still locked down.
It's hard to understand. It's hard to understand what's happening in Washington, D.C., that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I know in my town there was no work, so I had to go elsewhere.
Okay. I have another caller, Laura. It's nice to hear from you. Thanks so much for calling. I look forward to talking to you again soon.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, you want me to get an Ethereum wallet, or should I just put my Bitcoin wallet in the chat?
I'll do the Bitcoin.
Right on. Well, that's super sweet of you. I look forward to, like I said, I can't wait to talk to you again soon.
All right, cool.
Thanks for the help. Stay cool.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Let's see. So we have another caller, according to Craig. So we'll put that up momentarily. Here we go. Oh. Hello, caller.
Yes. You asked the question if I think Joe Biden won, right?
Yes.
Now, let me tell you something.
That's not exactly the question. I asked if Joe Biden won in a free and fair election. That's what the real question is.
Of course not. Of course not. Why do I say that?
Mhm.
When someone blame you of doing something, you want to show fuck that you didn't do it. Why do they have, for example, Arizona, the ballot, the Dominion machine, and everything? So if they did win, why they give such a hard time for the legislator to check everything? If you know you're not wrong, let people see.
I agree. I want you to know, it's like people say, was it a free and fair election? I can tell you, I don't know, but I sure would like to know for sure, right? We want to know for sure if it was a free and fair.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if somebody's blaming you, you have to show the person fact that I didn't do it. So let you hiding. So why you hide? You don't want them to see, because if they go there and check, they're going to see you're doing wrong. And you know what? We can't go above the Lord. We can't go above the Lord. And after the Lord come the law, okay? And we are praying for fact. If Joe Biden wins, the Lord will gonna make Joe Biden stay there in peace. And if Donald Trump do not win, he'll be in trouble. But because we're not in control, the Lord is in control. The Lord gonna make the machine, they open the machine and see all the fact. Because to my opinion, the problem is the machine. So if the machine is a problem, everybody in mind, of everybody, 80,000 people has nothing to do with, to me, has nothing to do with hate Biden. I'm there for fact. I'm there for reality and truth. Okay? It's
right.
Yeah. No matter if I like Donald Trump or hate him, it doesn't matter. Just like if it's true, it's true. If it's true, it's true.
We just want to know for sure that we have fair elections.
That's what it is.
We just want to know for sure. Yeah.
If it will not, if Biden win, and then I think all of us will agree. Trump people, all of us, we are we're very fair. But we see it's not clear, and they're hiding. So just because that's something wrong right there. And then we all gonna have to pray for fact. That's all. We're not praying for war, for violence, and like that. Now, we're not doing those things. We're not doing undercover. We're not looking for that. And I hope, because if you're looking to do bad things to people, you always fall. You fall before the time. But because we all want to be fair things, the machine will be open. As a matter of fact, I'm looking on YouTube. I hear that the Supreme Court take the case, that you can stop that. The Supreme Court take they're going to take the case on the 19th. So from there, we'll see. Because if what's the problem? What's wrong with them? They have the problem with the machine. So it's gonna come out. It will come out because you can't. It's gonna come out. It's not you gonna make it come out. It's not me. It's not Donald Trump neither. Donald Trump is not running the show. That's what they think. Can't you see whatever they do, Donald Trump? It went backfire on them. Why? Because it's not Donald Trump. It's the Lord is doing it. People can see it. It's the Lord is doing it. It has nothing to do me religious, not religious, because it's fact. Watch everything. Why is so powerful? He doesn't have that much power. No, it's the Lord is doing it because they impeached him 2 times. Look, that impeachment had to take place. The impeachment has to take, and it's not going to be. It's not going to be things like that for the impeachment. Why? Because the impeachment has to come before the reveal of the machine. As a matter of fact, to me, all this distraction is to show proof that something could happen behind it. Yeah, that there was something bad doing. An election, you can't hide.
Right.
For people because this is the right of people to see. We have the right to see if because you can be I can vote for you and then you give the vote to somebody else. This is not fair. And you can have a machine, they said the machine is programmed to, every time they see a Trump, and the machine goes automatically to Biden. It's not right. And again, am I 100%? No, I'm not 100%. So, to be 100%, let's put the case in front of the world.
Right, I agree. We should all want to be 100%.
I just want to be fair. No violence, no fighting, no killing, no violence.
Yeah,
like that.
we should just be. We should all want to know.
There should be no violence. As a matter of fact, if we lose, we were wrong. We all should write to Biden and apologize to Biden and be in Biden train. But it's not like that.
Yeah.
You can't leave the whole world with that. Without it's not like that.
Right.
It's not like that. And then to me, why is it possible? Because why is it possible to make to win an election? You have to vote. You got to do campaign. Donald Trump has people there like cockroach, and Biden is like 5 people in there, and I can win. It's so true. It's not right. We're not trying to do. It's not right. So many people and you win like that. Obviously, there was something they were making for you. They were forging for you. Fabricated. Okay? If I'm wrong, like I say, show me wrong. That's all I'm looking for. I'm praying for the Supreme Court. I'm praying for everything. I pray for Donald Trump and everything. It's not because I'm in love with Donald Trump. I don't know Donald Trump. I don't wish to know him either. I need to have peace of mind. I wish him well, because wishing somebody well is wishing you well. I'm wishing Biden well, too. I'm wishing everyone well. Everyone should have peace of mind. That's what I'm... Now we're living in a world nobody has peace. No one has peace. Why should it be this way?
Yeah.
Why should it be this way?
It shouldn't be this way. It shouldn't be this way. And the reason that it is this way is because we're being misled and we're being lied to and misinformed on a daily basis, instead of just being clear, instead of us all knowing for sure, like you're saying.
That is why the country is divided, because we're not in peace. We're not in peace. If in order to create peace, you have to bring the unity, you have to bring it one. Okay? You say, okay, and you know Biden could stop that, but Biden is also with them. Okay, he could stop that. He's also with them.
The division, the division works very well for Joe Biden. It works very well for the Republicans. It works very good for the Democrats.
Unity with fact. We should unite with fact. The
Right.
fact will unite us.
We should-
and I pray for that.
we should-
And then the fact. It's not a matter you hate Donald Trump or you hate Trump. It should not be this way. We should not hate. We have nothing to do. The fact will, and the fact will come. The fact will come. Because all these people feel hurt, they will pray. And that's all we need to do, to pray. Those people violate those things. They did bad things. They broke the Capitol. Yeah, they're right. You can't go and do these things and do. You're not supposed to break. You're not supposed to be violent. You have to talk with your mouth. With your mouth, express yourself, because this is a country with freedom and everything. You express yourself. You don't want no one to get killed, no one to get hurt. No. You then create nobody in this world. You cannot make somebody get hurt. It has to be the right things to do. And I'm praying that the truth will come. The Lord will open that dominion machine. He will open it. The Lord will open. He does things in his own way. Why he will open it? To bring unity. There will be unity. It's going to be. Because it's not going to hide. When the fact comes, it's going to be, even the judge who's going to do that, it's going to do it according to the Constitution. We have a Constitution. You can flush it away. If you think you want to do everything that's against the Constitution, everything has to do out of the Constitution, it's not going to work. It's that there's a law. After the law, what comes? The law. In the Bible, they say that. After the Lord, what comes? The law. If there's no law, everybody will rip each other apart. But the Lord created that so it could be peace and love. Okay? So this has to happen. The dominion machine will open. According to the Lord, it will be open for the fact of unity. That's all. For the fact of unity.
Right on. I really appreciate you.
If we want and we ask the Lord, we all should ask the Lord and give and ask forgiveness for Biden. Biden should be the best president, but as I can see, Biden cannot run the government. He's only been telling what people tell him what to do and what to do it. They're doing what is like a revenge. His revenge is on what to do. It doesn't make sense. You claim you're giving a stimulus money to people. Why are you giving the money? Because we're poor. So why are you bringing all these people there? Why are you bringing? But why are you doing that? To get more vote for revenge, so they should never be Republican. That is no good. That you don't have power to do that. It's the Lord has power to do that. No, you can only vote to. It's unbelievable. It's killing me because I'm asking myself when the Lord going to manifest. It will happen. It will happen. It will happen. It will happen.
I think something big is about to happen.
Sure, it's going to happen because let me tell you something. When plenty people pray, when exactly we repent, and the Lord always listen to us, something going to happen because the Lord hear our prayer. Okay, He hear our prayer. That's all to it. And I pray for the truth, and I pray for peace, and I pray for unity. That's all. Unity.
Yeah.
The peace, the fact, peace will bring us unity forever.
Yeah. I think that's how we get all our power back, and how we can make happen anything we want in the world is through unity.
Okay. I'm talking there. Everybody's listening to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that peace. Everyone should have the peace. Even the evil sometimes, even people who evil, and sometimes they sit in the jail and they say, I wish I didn't do this, because they don't have no peace. They have problems. They're tormented.
Yeah.
But we ask the Lord to bring us peace, because I would love United States America. It's a beautiful country.
Yeah.
It's a very big country, because if you poor, you come to United States, it's a place that brings you up. It allows you to put food in your mouth. It allows you to do something. It allows you to do better. So you do things. So you can want to throw this country like that. You can say that you forget about Constitution. You cannot say that. But most of them want to put the Constitution behind their back, or they're going to break it. You cannot break it by doing the opposite thing. You cannot do that. No, you cannot do that. To express yourself, you're not happy and you break something, you kill something, you put fire, you break something. No, you don't do that. People who do that are supposed to be punished. People who don't, you can't do that. You have to bring meat, you have to go to court, you have to go to the law and do this like that. Anyway, it will be peace, because it's only the Lord bring peace. I think the reason all these things is happening, the Lord is showing us there was a problem for many, many years, and He bring Donald Trump to solve the problem. Donald Trump, the Lord bring Donald Trump to fix the problem, because He knows that Donald Trump has the character, is the type of a person that is strong, and is the person that is that people listen to, and he has something in him that he doesn't even know. That whenever he's there, people listen to him, people attracted with him. It's because the Lord put this into him. No one can take it out. The Lord put this into him, and He's the one that the Lord put to change the dirty thing that's happening for many years. Simple as this. And then that is why when he's talking, can't you see? When he's having his campaign, billion people come. Because there's something that attracts there. It's attractive. It's something behind us. It's something that no one has power. It's on top. It's a top. That is what the Dominion machine gonna be open. It will be open.
I'm looking forward to it too. What's your name?
Regine.
Regine?
Okay.
Hey, have you seen the show before?
No.
All right.
I'm just browsing and I see the number and I call.
All right. Well, make sure and subscribe, because I look forward to talking. We do it every Monday through Friday, and I'd love to have you call back. Okay.
Okay. Have a good day. Peace.
Okay. You too. Peace to you. Bye. Where do we start? Very nice to hear from Regine. And I pray for fuck too, so you know. Let's see. And we have many more videos for you tonight. I'm going to play another video for you here about South Dakota voting to legalize cannabis, and the governor saying, yeah, we're not going to do that. So, and talking about the Freedom State while she does it. I thought you guys would want to see that.
Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, she was such a warrior. And now she's a nanny state fake freedom fighter who shuts down the will of her constituents because she's misinformed about weed and liberty. Citizens in the Mount Rushmore state decided they'd like a legal kind of rush when 54% of them voted to legalize recreational marijuana in November. Yay! Surely enough of them have been to Nevada, Oregon, Washington, and California to know their courageous neighbors might be onto something when they're on something. Whether it's crushing the kush instead of vodka or finding a new way to fight pain without opiates, adults have embraced the reality that legal cannabis does not spell the end of society. 68% of Americans in a recent Gallup poll favor legal weed. And that's more respondents than those in favor of rejoining the Paris Climate Accord or implementing a $15 an hour minimum wage. They know anyone who embraces that nonsense must be really high. Remember when Governor Noem sold her state like this?
South Dakota, the land of the free. With our breathtaking landscapes and wide open spaces, we're a place to safely explore. And with our low taxes, we're a place to grow. We're open for opportunity, and always will be.
Yeah, lady, you wouldn't know freedom if it smacked you on the arse and sent you a thank you letter. Nome had South Dakota Highway Patrol Superintendent Colonel Rick Miller and Pennington County Sheriff Kevin Tom file a lawsuit on her behalf in circuit court to try and overthrow the new law on a technicality, saying the fact that it sought to establish, manage, and tax cannabis made it unconstitutional because that's more than one subject. Lady, I know a lot of stoners, and even they know the only subject here is the reefer. And guess who heard the case? A Nome appointee, Circuit Judge Christina Klinger, whose name is reminiscent of a poo chunk stuck to a dog's bottom, who magically agreed with the multi-party cronyist circumvention. And guess what? They're all wrong, and the drug war is a losing proposition, especially in a state that has been the bastion of freedom in an oppressive lockdown. And by the way, the real green jobs are the ones in the cannabis industry that employs 250,000 blissful Americans and could have 6 times as many workers if Washington would grow the stones and reschedule, or better yet, federally legalize marijuana once and for all. Kristi Noem's backward thinking is just a bump in the road, and it's a solid reminder there are plenty of drug warriors governing out there who are willing to obstruct democracy to put us on the path to hell with their supposed good intentions. Spark it up, people. And that's the memo. The writing is clearly on the wall. Adults want to be treated as such, and they want to be free to put whatever or whomever they want into their own bodies. So why do some states and the federal government still treat us like children? Here to break down, Reason editor-at-large and host of the Reason Interview podcast, Nick Gillespie is back. Oh my God, I love your surfboard. That's beautiful. Well done. Hi, Nick.
Thank you.
So this is all misguided, and it's really offensive how this went down because, you know, ballot measures are supposed to be kind of sacred. When citizens in a state feel like the legislature has failed, their recourse is to put something on the ballot, get enough signatures, and pass it. And they did with 4% plus the majority. But now the governor, as I laid out, went to her friends in law enforcement, who then filed a suit, and went to her friend in the circuit court, and they've basically overturned the thing. Where do you go from here?
Well, you go to the state Supreme Court, and hopefully they'll actually do what the people in South Dakota clearly want to have done. It's, you know, frustrating beyond belief that we have a drug war at all, and that we've had a war on weed going back to at least the 30s in terms of federal laws and, you know, other state laws before that. And then it's particularly galling in places like South Dakota, and when Kristi Noem makes this big show of being pro-freedom, pro-individual liberty, all of these things, except when she isn't. You know, and this, you know, we have so many serious problems in this country. To be trying to, you know, throw everything you can at keeping weed from being legal in a state that should have legalized, should have been one of the first states to legalize it, if in fact it's the bastion of, you know, individualism and liberty for all that she and other conservative Republicans claim it is.
And that's a great point. Another wonderful point you bring up in the March issue of Reason Magazine is that the drug war failed. The drug war has been lost.
The drugs have won.
Yes, exactly. And so my issue with this is what the drug warriors always do, which is so confounding, is they just target the supply. And if we just keep things illegal, then people will stop doing them. That has not been the case. That has not been the case with alcohol during Prohibition, certainly not with marijuana, and now with the resurgence of legal psychedelics.
Yeah. That's right. The only thing that the drug war accomplishes is harm. It makes, you know, it causes all kinds of harm. It can stop some people from using certain types of alcohol. Use rates went down during Prohibition. But what is that gets overwhelmed by the social harms that it causes? Cirrhosis of the liver went up. People drink in bad ways when they don't have legal booze. It's the same thing with drugs. Black markets create many more problems than they solve. Yes. And especially, you know, part of the past year, there's been the pandemic, but there's also been a lot of discussion of police reform. One of the ways you corrupt and screw up and misdirect police and law enforcement is by having laws on the books against consenting adult activity, such as smoking weed, you know, rather than drinking vodka or whiskey or something like that. It's a big problem. And on top of that, the entire country and the world is moving towards more legal intoxicants rather than fewer.
Yes.
This is a good thing. We're growing up as a society, and what we're saying is, give us freedom, give us Librium and give us meth, let us choose among the various ways that we want to get high or we want to take the edge off. Hold us responsible for our behavior on that. But for God's sake, don't get in the way and cause more problems than you're going to solve because you have a hang up about some drug that you were raised to believe is evil.
And drug is a very loose term here. Speaking of which, lastly, you took psilocybin mushrooms with your girlfriend. What did you find?
Yes. You know what? I had an enormously emotionally charged and great experience, as is common. And it's, I was able to get in touch with certain parts of my past, certain feelings, things like that are hard to access in every day. You come back from this type of trip, if you do it right, supercharged to be a better person and to be more engaged in the world around you. We are learning this psychedelic revolution that is going on, and it's all over the latest issue of Reason Magazine, as you pointed out. This psychedelic revolution is not Timothy Leary's, and it's, it is our own. We have learned from the excesses of the past as well as the visions of the past, and we're smarter people now. We know how to do drugs better than we used to.
Yes.
And it's a real crime if we say, just because we don't like these things, we're going to keep them away from people who want to use them.
Don't do it. And if someone isn't infringing on your rights or stealing your stuff, then back off, brothers and sisters. All right.
think so.
Well said, Nick Gillespie. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I really like that clip. I also really like the other Kennedy clip. If you guys didn't see that one tonight, where she bitch slapped those two politicians. Actually, one of them was a politician. What's his name? Douchebag. He quit in the middle of being a politician to go and get a job at Fox News. But she bitch slapped both of them on Julian Assange. That was a really good clip in case you guys missed it. And I really like this clip a lot. She totally smacked around the governor of South Dakota and their police state and made clear that the drug war just is stupid. It's a complete and utter failure. It's a waste of money. You're just hurting people more. You're creating this huge, dangerous black market. And it's going to make a lot of people hurt a lot more than, a little bit of substance abuse and then helping them, And it's going to cost a lot less, too. All right. And I think that clip deserves a nice fat dab. Dequi, why do you hate freedom so much? Why do you hate freedom? It's very strange when people choose to stand with the police state. I get it because that's what they've been programmed to do, and we want the police to be the good guys. People really want that. I want police that we can feel good about. That people don't have to be scared every second that they're standing next to one. I want that's the police I want. That's the neighborhood I want. And I want it for everyone. I don't want it for me. Fuck the police. I'm not afraid of standing next to them. As you guys know, I've said again and again, Seattle been very, very, very good to me. I remember standing on the corner downtown, smoking a fat fatty one afternoon, waiting for the light to change so I could cross the street. And the cops pull up and they go, "Is that good weed, Mike?" And I go, "It's Seattle, dude. It's all good weed." Because anybody knows Seattle knows we got good weed. And they drove off. But it was funny because they knew my name. Everybody knows my name. Isn't it nice to live in a town where everybody knows your name? All right. What, do I got to play another video for you? Can you not see the number on the screen? Do you think I'm not approachable? I'm approachable as fuck. Get it? All right, fine. I'll just play a video for you if that's the way you want it. Coming at you. Number 15. Here we go.
It's going to be an exciting week for a lot of kids and parents alike. Now, the Telegram communication app has become extremely popular here in Israel.
Sorry, I wanted number 10, not number 15.
Good evening. Thanks for being with us. I'm Rob Nelson.
And I'm Marnie Hughes. Scenes shown the second day of testimony in the impeachment trial against Donald Trump, showing security rushing lawmakers into hiding. The Senate watching and reliving those moments today alongside members of Capitol Police, including Officer Eugene Goodman, who was hailed a hero for leading an angry mob away from the Senate chamber. House prosecutors using the never-before-seen video as evidence in their charge that the former president incited an insurrection. News Nation correspondent Joe Khalil is live for us tonight in Washington, D.C. with the very latest. Good evening, Joe.
Yeah, hi, Marnie. Today, the impeachment trial of former President Trump did take a turn as House managers revealed new, never-before-seen security camera video of that January 6th attack on the Capitol. Their strategy here was to show that former President Trump incited the mob to an insurrection that came closer than anybody had known before to putting members of Congress and Vice President Mike Pence in danger of losing their lives. And they did it through a perspective that we have never seen before. So take a look here. First, they showed police radio communications as Capitol officers in those moments were outnumbered and were overwhelmed. They were pleading for help to try to keep the mob at bay.
Here's an audio recording from the radio traffic of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department describing the violence.
Mr. County, we're still taking rocks, bottles, and pieces of flag and metal poles. The crowd is using munitions against us. They have bear spray in the crowd. Bear spray in the crowd. I need a ramp up here.
So they needed more backup there, obviously. You're seeing these images here. Evidence also included never-before-seen videos of rioters breaking down doors, rushing both the House and the Senate chamber, threatening to kill lawmakers as they were setting up a noose and gallows, as you see there outside. And the impeachment managers highlighted dozens of rioters who said they were there because they felt President Trump wanted them to disrupt the electoral count.
President Trump put a target on their backs, and his mob broke into the Capitol to hunt them down.
So that was impeachment manager Stacey Plaskett sort of putting a bow around their argument, but just part of the harrowing evidence that we saw today. Again, guys, for the first time.
Joe, the impeachment managers also showed some new video of some of the members of Congress who had close calls with the rioters, correct?
Yeah, we got more video, and so this gives us a new perspective on exactly how close some rioters actually got to reaching not only visibly members of Congress, but also the Vice President of the United States. And they actually showed security footage of, as you see, they're rushing Vice President Pence and his family away from the Senate as this mob was closing in. So we're seeing those images there for the first time tonight. Remember, as this is happening, in those same moments, the impeachment managers say that the mob's already inside the building, just outside the chamber. That officer there, Eugene Goodman, was trying to sort of distract them and lure those rioters away from the chamber. So that's what we saw right there. And today we also learned that Officer Goodman may not have just been been a savior for Vice President Pence, but also for Senator Mitt Romney. So take a look at this video. More now showing that Officer Goodman was actually the one who was warning Senator Romney to turn around and run the other way as rioters were approaching the Senate chamber. You're going to see that right there, warning him, and then Senator Romney literally running in a panic the other way, turning and fleeing away from the mob. The impeachment team played a similar video. We're not going to show this one, but it shows Senator Schumer, again, being escorted in one direction by his security team and then having to run in the other direction, sort of fleeing for his own life. Really dramatic to have to see that. And again, all 100 senators were witness to these moments, but for the first time seeing it from this perspective.
And Joe, it's clear that the Democrats are making this footage kind of the centerpiece of the case so far, literally kind of walking the public, walking their colleagues through exactly what happened that day, the threats of violence, and exactly how the Capitol was breached to begin with. They are essentially forcing the nation and their colleagues there at the Capitol to relive this day.
Yeah, that's right, Rob. And again, we've seen a lot of these images before, but the ones that were played today, really disturbing for the first time. So the one here that was a part of this presentation, frankly, some of the more dramatic videos showing the mob just outside of the House chamber. And then they showed the moments that they actually breached those doors. And you can hear what they're saying. We're going to play some of that for you.
You're going to get me hurt and other people.
Okay, so in those moments there, you heard there was a call. Someone said, "Don't be violent," and then there was another person that said, essentially, it's too late for that. This is the only way they listen is through violence. So shortly after that, we saw some staff for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. They are seen running into a conference room. Here it is right here. That is Pelosi's staff there in fear, trying to barricade themselves in that room. And then moments later, this, rioters trying to break down the doors while you could hear them screaming, "Where is Nancy?" Clearly looking for her again. Just dramatic moments there. We've heard from a number of senators, by the way, who described seeing this in that chamber today for the first time. Senator Romney and Senator Cruz particularly said it was disturbing. It was almost like reliving a terrorist attack again. Marnie.
It is like Looney Tunes. You're right. Let's see. So I have a couple more videos left. The telephone number's up there on the screen. I came here to smoke fat dabs and take phone calls and play videos. We're getting down to the end unless we get some phone calls. So let's see. I have a video of Mike Lee at the end of the debate today. Mike Lee, let's see. So at the end of the debate about Donald Trump being impeached today, Mike Lee stood up and said that this person that just spoke lied about what I said. He said, "You're quoting me. I never said that. I want it struck from the record." And then the person sitting in what they call the president's chair, I believe the president of the Senate, the person sitting in that chair who was, can't think of it, Leahy, I believe. Hello, caller.
Hey, it's me again.
Hey, what's up?
Hey. I gotta shut off you on my computer.
Hello?
So, you know what, that last clip you just showed?
Uh-huh.
God, let me get back to it. The rioters, I don't know, I just completely forgot what I was going to say, actually.
It's all good.
This whole thing is just so... Well, how do you think that President Trump thought this would be a good idea?
I don't think Trump thinks about things a whole lot. I think he just does stuff.
Well, or do you think he's part of the fucking swamp now?
I think that
I mean, how can you say,
he's always
hey,
been a swamp
come
creature.
on to the swamp. Everybody, millions of people come to the swamp and, support me. Because I'm so fragile.
Yeah.
I said, bitches, everybody fucking stay away. Don't ever come near me over here in this swamp land in D.C. Yeah, I mean, how fucking dumb was this? It was stupid.
It's a protest.
How?
It's a protest like a BLM protest or the Occupy protest, okay?
Right.
The Occupy protesters went into the streets under Barack Obama and stayed there for months and months on end. And then Barack Obama's Department of Homeland Security labeled them potential domestic terrorists after they didn't do a fucking thing except for march in the street. Just like, okay, so...
BLM?
No, the Occupy. BLM was created at the end of the Barack Obama...
Occupy Wall Street, yeah.
Yeah. BLM was created at the end of Barack Obama's time as president, the last year or two. I think it was created before that, but became much more active in the last couple years of Barack Obama's presidency, showing clearly that, Barack Obama needing to be told, hey, Mr. President, remember Black Lives Matter too? That's really what that protest is about. And, so again, those are... The Occupy protesters were Americans in the streets fighting for freedom, fighting for the change that they were promised, okay? The BLM protesters are Americans in the streets fighting for freedom, fighting for the change we were promised. The protesters at the White House, at the Congress, at the People's House, the House of Representatives, were Americans fighting for freedom. Our freedom.
Except, don't you find it weird that there was no BLMs at Washington, nor there is no Antifa?
There's...
Because they were the ones at the front line with freaking Trump gear on, breaking through the White House.
Okay.
Come on, dude. There is no fucking Republican in history that's going to be doing that bullshit.
Okay,
No.
well, are you not seeing that all these people that are being arrested are like veterans and stuff like that? You think a bunch of veterans are all BLM people, is that right?
No, they weren't breaking stuff.
No, nobody was breaking stuff. I agree. I've said this again and again.
They walked
In my
cops opened the door.
in my personal opinion, they were very peaceful protesters. They didn't graffiti anything. They didn't set anything on fire. They didn't topple any statues. They were very peaceful.
Well,
and every time,
they showed videos today.
every time the police stepped out of their way, they patted the police on the shoulder and said thank you and were shaking their hands and stuff. They weren't there to attack the
right,
police.
but the videos that you just showed today, was that not your channel? I don't know.
Yeah, I just showed a video.
There was videos I saw of people breaking windows, busting in with huge backpacks. I mean, that is not freaking Trump supporters.
I'm not saying that they were Trump supporters. I'm saying they were.
No.
I'm saying they were Americans, just like the BLM protesters, just like the Occupy protesters. Americans demanding their representative government hear their voices. That's what I'm saying. Not fucking Trump supporters, not liberals, not conservatives. Americans. This is what I see when the people go into the street. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I see. I see Americans fighting for freedom.
No, ABC had videos of people busting windows and going in through windows. I'm thinking, where the fuck are we? What happened to, like, security and all that? Just like, oh, yeah. No, Trump's going to have fucking millions of people here. but we're going to have zero security around the freaking White House and around the Senate and all that.
Yeah.
No security.
It's the people's house, and
It was
the
completely
people
set up,
are
dude.
supposed.
You know it is.
I agree. It stinks like fuck. There's tons of police officers involved that were inside the crowd. A bunch. There's at least 6 police officers known from the Seattle Police Department that have been identified and put on suspension because they were seen in that crowd, okay? So, yes, I hear what you're saying. It stinks to high hell. I don't know about Antifa. I don't know about other things, but there's definitely military and police in there. And we all know how those people are provocateurs again and again and again in the protest. Right?
Yeah, well, they're not over here.
Okay.
Over your
Well,
town,
you see
thank
the video.
They're ripping your town to freaking shreds, dude.
Who's ripping? You know my town?
Antifa people.
No, they're not. I've never ever seen an Antifa people here.
You're in which Washington?
Seattle, Washington. Yes.
Seattle, there's no freaking rioting going on.
No, not now. There isn't. No, there's not. There was.
Yeah, it's cold as hell.
Over the summer.
Just wait till
Over the
spring
summer,
goes.
we kicked a fucking bunch of police out of a shitty police department, and we took over a park, and we started planting gardens. How horrible!
Really?
Yeah. That's what happened.
Well, our windmills are still doing nothing over here.
Well, one of these days, hopefully they will, right?
Yeah. Hey, you know Michael Moore? He's a lefty.
I've heard of him.
I found it funny, his last video he did about, green energy.
Uh-huh.
Did you see that movie?
The last movie, it was 911 or something, Fahrenheit 911, something like that. Is that what it's called? It's either 911 Fahrenheit or I think it's 911 Fahrenheit. It's on the Prime. I put it on the list, but no, I didn't watch it yet.
I think I don't remember where I saw it.
Uh-huh.
If it was on Amazon or...
It's on the Prime.
But it was about green energy.
Uh-huh.
Okay?
Right.
I was shocked. And actually the whole thing was, the moral of the story was, he was trying to prove the fact that green energy was the best thing to do. And then he showed, well, the wind turbines last 20 years. And then getting rid of them is a freaking difficult thing.
Not exactly like a nuclear power plant.
Solar energy is completely fucking useless.
Fahrenheit 199. Fahrenheit 119. That's what it is. Fahrenheit 119.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. I was blown away at the fact that he honestly looked at it, because he didn't narrate it either. That was the other thing, because I think as he was going into this movie, he's like, oh, fuck. Fossil fuels is the best energy that we have. And I ain't gonna narrate this crap. No. Yeah, watch the video.
Okay.
Watch the movie. It's very interesting. And
Yeah.
I was like shocked.
Fahrenheit 119. 11.9. That's what he said. 11.9.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
And then every time I drive by, the windmills ain't working again.
Well,
Guess
hopefully
nobody's getting energy in this little fucking town.
Hopefully someday they will be working all day, every day.
Yeah, well, fossil fuels still is the freaking key. And guess what? It now costs me $3 more a day to drive to work.
Because
Biden shut down that fucking pipeline.
Huh. Interesting.
Right,
That's
gas
a
prices are going
that's a
higher and
lot.
higher.
That's a lot of money. I agree. I mean, you know, it adds up fast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and right there I'm thinking, well, I'll try to stick out this job for maybe another year. And, you know, granted, I'm in a good union right now, but vehicle cost, oil changes.
In another year, your bitcoins will be worth $100,000 each, and you'll be doing just fine.
Man, what part of frugal did you miss?
Right. Well, see. Okay. So then your
I
seven.
live a very
So if
frugal
you
life.
if that's true, then your 7 bitcoins will be doing you just fine for the rest of your life. Then, right?
I'll probably still be frugal back way in the future. But, you know, because it'll cost $18 for a loaf of bread. As soon as inflation hits, you guys, like, everybody has to be like,
Laura, listen.
They're
I've been
freaking
here.
like zombies.
I've been hearing this since September 11th, 2001. As soon as inflation hits,
Right,
we're all
but you
fucked, man.
understand-
We're all fucked. And you know what? If every day I was holding that inside of me, or that people were thinking about that every day, how
The
fucked we are.
difference is-
As soon as inflation hits, we're so fucked, right? That all you're gonna be is filled with anxiety. And again, every day since September 11th, 2001. So I hope
Right,
that
but
you don't.
what
I
the
hope that
difference
you
is-
don't. Well, you don't walk around with that kind of anxiety because you have plenty of money, plenty of crypto, anyways.
right, the one difference is, right, yes, I'm a very poor person that made myself very fucking rich.
Nice.
But the difference is that nobody has ever shut down the entire fucking world ever before. They didn't
I
shut
hear.
down the
I
world in
agree with you
2011.
on that. I agree with you on that.
They didn't shut it down in 2009. They didn't shut it down in fucking 2001.
I agree
They
with you on
shut
that.
down the world, dude, and they've not opened it up.
Yeah, I hear you.
This is
Again,
completely
this
different.
is
Look
gonna
at the
go
stock
away.
market.
Okay.
Every single day, it's an all-time high.
Yeah.
S&P, all-time high.
Right.
Every single day. Have you looked at other economies that have completely failed? No. Their stock market does a freaking straight up. That's what our economy is doing right now in the stock market. It's going straight fucking up. What does that mean? We're failing.
I hear you. I
The
understand.
economy is failing, dude. Nobody is working.
Right. I hear you. I
So
understand.
if nobody's working, and the S&P and the Dow is going straight fucking up, what does that sound like? Huh? That's different than 2001, 2008, 2009, 2012, and today.
Well, but why do you
Yeah,
sound so
it's totally
angry
different.
when you're set and you don't have to worry about it? Why do you sound so angry? I mean, listen, you're set. You don't need to be angry. You don't need to be thinking. You don't need to be concerned with these things. You've outthought it. So, I mean, you're just, I'm trying to tell people, we're going to get through this. And you're like, fucking not the people that aren't prepared, they're not. And you know what? The more crazy they're made like that, the more crazy they're made like that, the bigger chance they'll make a mistake, a misstep, and then the less chance they'll get through it. Okay? I'm actually trying to help them get through it. And what?
Buy gold and silver, that's it.
Okay.
Buy gold and silver. Do not get into Bitcoin or cryptocurrency because, you know what? The government will just one day say, illegal. Boom.
I think that's entirely possible too.
All my cryptocurrency, yeah, it has a big fucking number, but it actually is zero.
It's not zero if you cash
Because
it out.
Still, yeah, what the fuck am I gonna do with it? Turn it into US
Gold
dollar?
and silver? Didn't you just
That's
tell everybody to
nothing?
buy gold and silver? Isn't that what you just said? I'm pretty sure you can buy gold and silver with
absolutely.
bitcoins right now. So you know.
No.
Yes,
no,
you
no.
can.
You don't
Yes,
know
you
what you're
can.
talking about.
Yes, you can.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
No, you can't.
Okay.
What, on an IRA?
There's lots.
How are you going to buy gold through a fucking blockchain, dude? That makes no sense. That's the same as a freaking...
Bitcoins are taken everywhere. You can go to...
That's the same as the stock market.
Bitcoins are taken everywhere. The stock market is not taken everywhere. Okay? You can go and pay for tons of shit. You can go to a restaurant and pay with Bitcoins. It's becoming universal.
Not in my town.
Well, I don't know.
I don't think anywhere in Minnesota you can.
I thought you said you live in Iowa.
Oh, did I say that?
Yes. You corrected me from saying Minnesota and said no, Iowa.
No, I'm in Wisconsin.
Which I also
No,
said. Wasn't it Wisconsin or Minnesota?
I live
No, it's
on all
Iowa.
Borders, actually.
Okay.
No, I can be in 30 seconds in freaking all 3 borders.
Okay.
Well, not 30 seconds. 20 minutes I can be in all 3 borders.
Right on. That sounds like a good spot.
No, I mean, the thing is, dude, no. If the government says Bitcoin is illegal, end of story.
I don't think it's the end of story. I don't think that. I mean, maybe people will have trouble trading in it, but I think Tesla will go, you know what? Fuck the government. You can buy your cars with Bitcoins here. And I think a whole lot of other places will go. And when the government says that you can't have that anymore, that tends to send people rallying around that a lot of times. So it might backfire on them. You know, and people don't like being told what to do. I mean, this, you know, look, I just don't want people to live in constant fear. You know, that's a big part of the programming. They want you afraid. You know, and like I said, I've been hearing this stuff about the dollar's going to crash and all this stuff. And I know, I hear what you're saying. It's special this time. But I don't want people to live in constant fear. So if I can help them to get through it, we always get through it. This is what I'm saying. No matter what it is, we always get through it. And the reason is we don't really have any other choice. So don't live in constant fear of it. It's not going to make your life better. And I'm not talking to you, Laura. I'm talking to everybody.
Right. Well, let me tell you this. So I'm working at the hospital today.
Mm-hmm.
And me and this gal were having a conversation about, you know, COVID vaccine and baby parts, you know, in the vaccine and RNA and freaking all this bullshit. And I'm like, and then she brings up, you know, AIDS back in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the conspiracy that maybe, you know, and she doesn't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gay.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't believe that it was, you know, man-made. And I'm like, oh, bullshit. That's what you fucking right it was. You know, because maybe I didn't use the foul language. I hope I didn't.
Mm.
Because evidently this woman that was like, I don't know, sitting like a couple tables away, 3, 4, 5 tables away, after we got done with our conversation, you know, I said, yeah, you fucking right. The government did that bullshit. I said, I think they wanted to fucking kill the gays.
Huh.
You know, I don't know, something. They wanted to kill somebody. They wanted to kill a bunch of people.
Right.
And, you know, she said, oh, I don't know about that. Well, and I'm like, yeah, and I think COVID is a bunch of bullshit, too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's fucking 18 masks over your face.
Yeah,
what?
right.
You can't breathe?
That's
I
idiotic.
mean, how fucking dumb.
Yeah. It's still stupid.
I mean, when are you going to stop?
It's going to stop soon. It has to stop soon because they have to restart the economy.
No, they don't.
Yes,
No,
they do.
They don't.
Otherwise, they have a failed Joe Biden presidency, which means Joe Biden or Kamala Harris doesn't
They
get
don't
reelected.
care. No, they've
yes,
already
they
kicked-
do. They
they
want to
kicked-
get reelected, and with a failed economy, that is completely impossible. So they have no other choice but to
They don't
restart
need
the
to worry
economy
about getting
right
reelected,
away.
David. The fucking whole system is rigged.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What part of that did you miss?
Well,
it was rigged.
I look at the people when they come out in masses are able to overcome that, like they did with Hillary Clinton. It was rigged for her too.
Well, yeah, but they didn't rig it enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Happened.
The people can overcome
They had
it.
no clue that many people would be voting for this retard.
I don't. Yeah, not that many people voted for Joe Biden. Joe Biden couldn't
Right.
fill
They
fill a
were
fucking.
shocked.
Joe
They
Biden
were shocked.
couldn't fill
They
a
were
room full of
fucking
people.
ass-fallen. They were completely floored that they had not rigged it good enough. So then, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Fucking 85 million people voted for this fucking retard Biden? Give me a break. The most voters in world history voted for an Alzheimer's guy who's a fucking pedophile. Give me a break. Give me a fucking break.
I hear you, Laura. I keep saying, I mean, there's no way that he got elected. He became the nominee in the first place. Nobody voted for him. No, he couldn't. Bernie Sanders is turning out arenas full of people, and Joe Biden can't fill a fucking room. Okay, so there's no way that Joe Biden was the nominee, just like Hillary Clinton. There's no way she was the nominee. Bernie Sanders won, but they forced
you
Hillary
think
Clinton
it's gonna
down.
change now?
No.
No.
I don't.
They will
But I think
always
that
keep
hopefully,
everything.
what I'm
We're
hoping
fucked.
is that the people change.
They will take all of our constitutional rights away.
Those
You just
professional
fucking watch,
politicians. What? The professional
dude. I
politicians.
don't know what dream world you're in. They will take it all away.
They can't take
They
it all
are
away.
stripping them left and right.
Yeah, of course they are, and I scream about it every day.
You know, in all actuality, I think Trump, I did like him.
Mm-hmm.
I think in the end, the fact that he didn't make an executive order to fucking mandatorily tell all the fucking states to open up everything, you know, and let this shit drag on for months was a huge mistake. And then letting it drag on into the next presidency, wow.
He seemed to just give up.
You
Yeah.
know, because he could have. He could have told those fucking states, no, bitches, you need to open it up. End of story. We're done with this bullshit fraud.
It seems like he could have
Open it
done
up.
a lot more than he did, and he let the people down that were supporting him in a big way.
Huge.
Yeah.
Huge. And then at the end, oh yeah, come to D.C. It'll be a big fucking wild party. Or whatever the fuck he said. You know, and I saw that tweet and I'm like, ooh. Why the fuck does this sound like a setup? I don't know what the fuck happened. Dude,
Look at this is what I keep saying is if you just stay cool, we'll get through it, man. You don't get too caught up in this crap because it's just all theater anyways. You know that. So we'll get through it. One of these days, I think there's big change in the air. I feel like, you know, we can't continue down this road. It has to be something new and big and like the species is waiting to evolve. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius, you know, something like that. There's new things ahead. So just stay cool and hopefully we'll get there.
we are on Aquarius, right?
What's that?
We're on Aquarius, right?
I think that I think Aquarius is just starting.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I thought I heard.
Yeah. It just recently started.
Mm. What does that mean?
Who knows? We'll find out, hopefully. It might be.
God. What if it's bad?
Well, you know what? What if it's amazing? I mean, why look at terms in that way? If you're, again, this is what I keep saying, you know, I don't want people living their life in constant fear. What if it's so, what if I can't go out? What if this, what if that? What if you just relax and enjoy what there is? Because that's what life is about, is enjoying what's right in front of you.
Yeah.
That's all. I mean,
well,
yeah, I'm just trying to get people. This is a very difficult time. People are incredibly stressed out. I'm trying to get them through it. I'm trying to help them get through it. And one of the things that I want them to understand is that people get lost in this world where they're in the future or in the past, or thinking about what this idiot did to them yesterday at work, or they're thinking about how am I going to pay my bills next month, or what if this, what if that, what if, instead of,
crazy.
no, I'm just saying, instead of enjoying what's right in front of you to enjoy, because the truth is, that's the only reality. This what if stuff, that's just an imagination chemical reaction in your brain. What's right in front of you, that is the only reality that actually exists, and the only thing you can actually enjoy. That moment. So I highly recommend that you come into the moment instead of being overly concerned about the future.
Or the past.
Or the past. A lot of people carry the past.
I think about the past a lot.
A lot of people carry the past with them, and the thing about the past, again, just like this thing in the future that you're, worried about. Again, I said it was a chemical reaction in your brain, not the reality. The past is also a memory, which is a chemical reaction in your brain. It's not the actuality. So don't get caught up in the past either. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to help people get through it, dude. I'm a really simple guy, and I see things in really simple ways, really simple terms. Black and white. You stand with the side of freedom, or you stand on the side of the police state. I just want a better tomorrow. I want smart people leading us. I want smart people informing us. I'm tired of the bullshit. And I think a lot of other people are tired of the bullshit. And I think that might have a lot to do with this thing where I say change is in the air. Like, we've reached this peak of bullshit, and we really can't stack it any higher. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right, but what do you think? What do you think's going to happen? All right. So
I think whatever it is that's going to happen,
straight up arrow.
Whatever it is that's going to happen is what's going to happen, and when it happens, we'll get through it. Now, if you get overly concerned about what's going to happen, and it makes you go kind of crazy, then you might not make the right choice when it happens.
Here's what I get overly concerned about. Is I live in a little tiny house in a little tiny, I live in a mobile home. Like I said, I live very fucking frugal.
Okay, me too.
I have to drive 60 miles to go to work.
Wow, that's a long ways.
Granted, I have, security cameras, but I ain't got time to freaking watch my cameras all day when I'm at work.
Well, maybe you should get a dog. I mean, a cat can only do so much. You get a dog, and then you hear a big dog on the other side of a door. You might think twice before you go through that door.
Well, maybe.
You know what I'm saying?
I could set up like a YouTube video of dogs barking.
Or you could get a dog.
You know what I mean? Like fake dogs.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
know,
or you could get like a mannequin and put it at your dining table, and then when people, drive by, it look like somebody's sitting there like playing solitaire or something.
Solitaire. Yeah, you think, hey, listen to this one.
Uh-huh.
So I was working in the bowling alley in fucking early 90s. And I came home. See, the guys alright, so my neighbors were all fucking immigrant Mexicans. I lived in a little strip of homes that were built in 45.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't know, 47, whatever, after the Second World War.
Hey, Laura, listen, we got another caller. I wanna get to him before he has to hold too long. So, can you make it quick, please?
Okay, I'll make it quick.
Okay.
All right. So anyhow, I had this home, and this guy, my next door neighbor, broke into my house.
Yeah.
Yeah, put a 12 gauge to his head.
That'll wake you up.
And then chambered the bullet.
You should have had one in there first. You should have had one in there
fucking
first.
shot his head off.
Well.
Yeah, just showed him. That
Ah.
was a good one.
The-
All right, later.
Okay, it's good to hear from you. Thanks for calling.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, so again, I don't. This living in constant fear thing, it is not healthy. And again, we will get through this if you stay cool. But if you get too wound up and crazy about what might happen, then you might make a wrong step because you're afraid of what might happen if you make the wrong step. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mox, what's going on, buddy? How are you tonight?
I am good. How are you?
Good. Hey, first things first, I want to talk about that last caller, dude. I don't know if she was just blasted off her ass or she was drunk as shit, but that lady was going everywhere, bro.
Yeah, I think she wants someone to talk to.
Maybe, dude. She was talking about she's 20 minutes away from 3 borders, but she drives 60 miles to work at the bowling alley?
No, she works at a hospital.
Oh, she works at a hospital.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's still pretty far. But anyways, hey, man, I wanted to call in, and I kind of wanted to touch a couple of things on what the previous caller was talking about. I do think that crypto is the future, but I wanted to get your opinion on whether or not you think Bitcoin is the future. I know that it's one of the most accepted cryptocurrencies in the world, but I just kind of wanted to get your idea just because of the fact that so many people have been losing so many Bitcoins. I don't know if you saw the news article about some guy. He ended up losing, what was it? It was like $200 million worth of crypto because he threw away a hard drive. I don't know if you ever saw that article.
Yeah, I've seen lots of articles about people throwing away fortunes because they weren't more secure in what they were doing.
Yeah, so my question to you is so do you think that Bitcoin will be the future of crypto, or do you think that there are other options that would be?
Oh, as far as the future of crypto, I think that basically the Bitcoin is just setting the baseline right now, and that I don't think it's the long-term future necessarily, but it's opening the door for a future of Bitcoin, of crypto.
Okay, awesome. So what do you think of Dogecoin? I know Elon Musk has been tweeting about it. He's putting memes on his Twitter, and I mean, what do you think of that? Do you think that has a future of going to $1, or do you think it's going to stay at 6 or 7 cents where it's staying at?
I am not very good, I think, at those picks where they're like penny stocks. But I think that, honestly, I think that either Ethereum or, honestly, I think Bitcoin Cash has a lot of potential to double, triple, quadruple in price.
Okay. Now, another question,
And also about the Doge is that I think you can take and invest maybe $50 and then sit on it for 5 years, and it's like you're not going to lose a whole lot of money, but you might make a whole lot of money.
True shit. You're absolutely
Yeah.
right. I was going to ask you, what about, and I wanted to kind of get your idea and your opinion on the impeachment hearings, about what's going on, and I wanted to hear your side of the story. Do you think that former President Trump caused an insurrection, or do you think it's his fault that happened, or what's your opinion on it?
My opinion is to think that Donald Trump is solely to blame for that. Is like saying if Donald Trump had told those people to go and run off a cliff, that they all would have run off a cliff like a bunch of lemmings. In other words, I believe that the people that work in that house that the people went and occupied, the people's house, that the people who work in there had a lot of responsibility for why those people attacked that house, because those people are doing crimes on a daily basis in the people's name with the people's dollar, and all the while chipping away at our constitutional rights and our freedoms, building the police state bigger and stronger, and acting like they're doing the people's business when, they could be making a 21st century infrastructure project, which should have been done, 20 years ago, but now let's say a 22nd century infrastructure project, that has to start now, and instead they're wasting fucking valuable time on this bullshit.
Totally. Okay. Yeah. Well, let me ask you. I mean, have you seen the videos? A lot of people are saying it's the Capitol Police's fault because there's a lot of police that were just letting people break into it. I don't know if you've seen that footage. I've seen a lot of footage where people are just breaking the shit in and the cops aren't even doing anything.
I think that the smartest thing the cops could do was just get out of the way of the people. I think every time the cops stood in the way of the people, a lot of people got hurt. And the smartest thing that they could possibly do is just get out of the way of them. It's the people's house. If the people want to take over the house, they ought to be able to do that.
Okay. Do you think that when all those people, all those Trump supporters that came to contest the election, you think they were actually out there to try and kill Pelosi or try to kill AOC, or you think they were just going just to cause destruction?
That was just a theater war cry kind of thing. We're coming for you, bitch. I think that, again, these people, every time the police stepped out of their way, okay, they patted the policemen on the shoulder, they were shaking their hands, they were taking selfies with them. They weren't there to beat up on the police, okay? These people, they didn't set fire to anything. They didn't rip 100-year-old paintings off the walls. They didn't topple irreplaceable statues. They didn't graffiti everything. Okay, you know what I'm saying? They didn't blow anything up. They were just there to let their so-called representative, or actually demand that their so-called representative government hear their voices. And I'm really glad that they went there.
Yeah, there were a lot of people. I heard
And
that
also, I want to point out, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to point out one other thing. You call them Trump supporters. And again, when I see people in the street, I see those people on January 6th as a protest. When I see people in the street, whether it be Black Lives Matter or Occupy or the protesters in Michigan who take over the state capitol with AR-15s over their shoulder, what I see is Americans fighting for freedom. Not fucking conservatives, not fucking liberals. The first thing they try and do is they try and attach a label to these protesters, right? Okay, so and by calling them Trump supporters, you're buying into that. They're Americans fighting for freedom. With the Occupy protesters, the first thing they called them was public fornicators and public defecators and drug users. And then they had to kind of pull their head way out of their ass and backtrack that shit. But and then eventually they were labeled potential domestic terrorists, and the police were sent in to bloody their brains. With the people who occupied the people's house on January 6th, they were, at first, the media was labeling them anarchist. I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? These people aren't dressed all in black. They're not graffitiing everything. They're not fucking. And then it was pro-Trump supporters, and then it was insurrectionist, and then it was domestic terrorist. You know?
Wow.
And all I'm saying is, what I see is Americans, when they're in the street and they're demanding that their government, they're exercising their freedom, and they're demanding that their government hear their voices. I just see Americans, man. I think that's the best route to go if you can actually do that yourself.
Yeah, man, it's freaking crazy. I mean, I can't blame a lot of people for protesting, Americans fighting for their rights. Because, I mean, this election, without a doubt, was probably the most crazy election.
Yeah, and when you see the Russians in the street fighting for free and fair elections, you don't hear the media calling them domestic terrorists. When they're in Myanmar and they're marching in the streets demanding free and fair elections, they're not domestic terrorists, they're freedom fighters, you know? But here, when Occupy goes into the street and stays in the street for months on end, those are domestic terrorists, and we got to go bloody their fucking brains. That's our fucking government under Obama, the most so-called liberal president of all time. You know, again, you have to see these people as Americans and them fighting for freedom.
Totally. So what do you think of the elections? And I don't know how many people have asked you that, but I haven't heard your insight on it. So rigged is a strong word. Do you believe the election was rigged?
What I believe is that the media stuck their thumb, like the social media, the Twitter, the Facebook, they banned a bunch of information from being exposed, and which makes it not a free and fair election, and that those companies should be seized by the government for fucking with our elections. And I also believe that I'm not sure what was going on with the voting machines, but I think that it would be really obvious to make it really clear that, you know, whether or not there is shit going on with the voting machines and other shenanigans happening, and that there doesn't seem to be any real clear this is the outcome of our investigation. There's no shenanigans going on. The machines, we don't get that. It's like, oh, how dare you question our elections? That's what we get. And now it's illegal. They're going to make it illegal. Anybody who questions anything but the official line is going to be sent to re-education camps any day.
It's crazy, man. It's like, think about it. They banned Trump from Twitter. They've banned the Team Trump from Twitter. They've banned Mike Lindell from Twitter. They banned MyPillow from Twitter. So, I mean...
They banned Alex Jones. They banned Alex Jones, who's not... Who the fuck is Alex Jones hurting? Alex Jones is a fucking clown show. Why the fuck does they ban Alex Jones from Twitter? Oh, he's dangerous. Fuck you. Give me a break. I mean, you when you have the biggest soapbox in the world, the soapbox being something that people stand on in the town square in order to say what it is they have to say, and the town square, the people in the town square hear their voices. When you have the biggest soapbox in the world, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, you have a responsibility to first and foremost protect that freedom of speech at all costs.
Absolutely. I completely agree.
Yeah.
It just makes me think, and I really think about it. Okay, if they start by, banning these higher profile people, or these people that have a voice or that have a following, at what point will the big tech companies decide that they want to start banning people who don't speak within their favor?
They're already doing that. We hear it a lot. Like after the election, Twitter immediately banned 75,000 people that basically had hashtag Stop the Steal. That's why they banned them, because they're using that hashtag.
Really?
Yeah.
I have not heard about that. I didn't know that many people's accounts have gotten banned.
Oh, yeah. I think it's more than that. I think it's 120,000 now since the election.
Wow. makes me really think. So the real question is, you know, we're supposed to be fighting for, you know, freedom of speech. We're supposed to be fighting for liberty. But I mean, it also makes me think, and I'm kind of switching subjects just a little bit, but what about, have you heard the news that Bank of America has been accessing people's bank accounts and taking their information if they were in Washington or used their card or went to an ATM anytime during January 6th, Bank of America is actually turning over people's information to federal agents and to the federal government to do investigations about it, even if there was no wrongdoing. If you were there, Bank of America did this information to the federal government because they want to put the microscope on you. I understand there are tech companies and various companies that will take your information, but Bank of America was doing this to thousands of people without their knowledge.
Yeah, and I bet they were working with the federal government in the same way for many years before January 6th, 2021. And thank you for bringing that up. I didn't know that, but that sounds right. And this is what the police state is all about, is if you were in, and this is what I keep telling you, if you were in the general vicinity, you're a potential enemy combatant. And right now, the general vicinity is the United States of America, so you know. Because we're all in the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, it states clearly that every American is a potential enemy combatant, and that's why they have to spy on everybody's cell phone use and everybody's internet use and all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So it just makes me think, you know, I know that there's obviously information and things that the government withholds from us, but it just makes me very concerned about, you know, what is going on behind our backs and what kind of intelligence they're just trying to get off of us as the American people. And at a time more than ever, I feel that our freedom of speech is jeopardized now more than ever just because of the fact that Twitter's banning people, they're checking people's banks, and I know they've always been checking people's banks, obviously IRS and shit like that, but I mean, you know, it just makes me really question the fact is whether or not, you know, we're an actual free people. Now, I am an American patriot. I love the United States of America. Compared to so many other countries, we are so much better than them in terms of infrastructure, the economy, and, you know, our rights or our freedoms compared to other countries. Makes me think.
We have a really beautiful, really wonderful country filled with really beautiful, really smart people who can make almost anything happen in the world. The problem is our government. We have a fucked up government, and we have fucked up politicians. You know, the government's really not that bad, but it's just filled with fucked up politicians, like every single one of them. And they're standing in the way of humans evolving, in my opinion. They're keeping us frozen, doing everything they can to keep us frozen in the 1950s instead of moving boldly into the 21st century.
I believe it. Now, do you believe or do you think that the fact that our government is behind on progression, now I'm not speaking right or left when I say this, I'm just simply speaking in regards to the American people. Do you think that the government is so behind compared to some other countries that it has to do with the fact that there's older people in office? What's your view on younger people stepping into these newer positions? Now, I don't know how you feel about AOC. I am a Republican. She is a Democrat. Now, obviously, me and her would not see eye to eye on every political view or if any political view. But I feel that based on the voice that she has, and no one's ever going to agree on politics, and I understand it. Based on the voice that she has, she's trying, in my opinion, to stand up for what she believes in to try to make the country a better place. Now, on a political scale, like I said, we can agree or disagree because, you know, not everybody looks eye to eye on politics. But do you think that if we had more of a younger generation start taking these political positions and these political offices, that we would definitely, or that we would be able to see more progression in the United States and see improvements on infrastructure and economics and things like that?
I really don't. I think that unless we make examples of all the crimes that these people do, unless we take people who in Congress have voted for prolonging wars, and every time they voted to prolong the war, they knew that they were going to make money because they're invested in the military-industrial complex. Every single one of them should go to prison for life. And I think that if we did that, then we could make examples of people that are committing crimes against humanity, and showing that if you're the next person to occupy this seat, to go into that house to represent us, and you commit crimes, we're going to send you to prison too. I think that's the only way we're going to get anything different, unless we get rid of all the parties, which seems very difficult. But if we got rid of all the parties, then on election day, it wouldn't be fucking Democrats going to vote for fucking Democrats and fucking Republicans going to vote for fucking Republicans. It would be Americans going to vote for Americans. And I think that would totally change the situation.
I could not agree with you more. I think that the way that a majority of Americans vote nowadays, because of the fact that there's a two-party system, is in a way, in and of itself, fucked. I completely agree with that. And, I wish there were more parties. It's just, the question is, how can us, Americans,
I wish there were good politicians who would never vote for something that says every American is a potential enemy combatant. Those people are treasonous to the vow that they swore to protect our freedoms. They're calling us all enemy combatants and saying, yeah, you don't have the freedom to privacy anymore. You don't have that because we have to spy on your 12-year-old daughter's cell phone use and collect every picture that she takes, regardless if she sends it to someone or not. We're taking that picture and we're putting it in a file with her name on it. And we have to do that because she is a potential enemy combatant, or a potential terrorist. Fuck that government, and fuck all those people that have voted for that shit, and send them to prison to make examples to say, if this is how you're going to treat the American people, you belong in prison. You're a danger to us, not us to you. And the truth is, the American people have to come together and recognize a common enemy. They don't have to go, oh, I'm a conservative, I'm a liberal, and we have to get over that. No, we don't have to get over that. You can be who you want to be. This is the land of the free. What we have to do is recognize that the only real threat to our freedom, to your freedom, is in Washington, D.C. and their goddamn overfunded police state. That's the only threat to your freedom. It ain't China, it ain't Russia, it ain't Iran, and you're going to spend billions and billions and billions of dollars next year on some fucking imaginary threat from Russia and China and fucking bullshit. Trillions of dollars. You're going to spend trillions of fucking dollars instead of creating this infrastructure project that I'm talking about. Instead of doing the people's work. And why? Because the fucking cunts who vote for that fucking bullshit make money off it every time they vote for it. And they need to go to prison because making money off of blowing children up with cluster bombs and shit is about as disgusting as a human being can be. And we need to make sure that they go to prison for the rest of their lives simply in order to make the world a safer place for little children. That's all there is to it.
So, do you have any optimism of the future of the government?
No. The only thing that gives me optimism is seeing the people in the street, seeing the people taking back the People's House on January 6th. Give me great optimism. It's a sign. I mean, that was, in my opinion, a very small, very peaceful group of people, okay? Again, they didn't topple statues. They didn't blow anything up. They didn't set fires to anything. They're carrying American flags, singing the goddamn national anthem. They were very peaceful protesters and a very small group of people. Imagine if we did all recognize the common enemy and head down to Washington, D.C. I don't give a fuck how many National Guard troops you got down there. You ain't gonna stop us. And you know why? Because the National Guard troops know they're there to protect us, not a bunch of shit-eating politicians.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right. You are right, man. So let me ask you, and I know I asked so many questions. I'm really sorry, but I mean, I just like hearing your opinion, and I like hearing pretty good conversation with you. So a lot of people, well, there's actually two things. First things first, did you hear, and I don't know if you're a sports person, but I do feel that, you know, patriotism among corporations and among, you know, companies, especially tech companies, but I feel like it's going away. I don't know if you've heard, but today, Mark Cuban, I don't know if you know who he is, big billionaire, he owns the Dallas Mavericks. He said that he was no longer going to play the national anthem at any of his Mavericks team's home sporting events. And the reason I bring this up is because it just gets me scared that, you know, the future is deciding, or the future, some people of the future are trying to erase patriotism and trying to, you know, get rid of what America is.
Well, I think patriotism, the way you're using it, is somewhat subjective. Okay, I think that maybe Mark Cuban, by saying he's not going to play the national anthem anymore, is supporting freedom of speech. And again, fighting for freedom, supporting the protesters in the street. Who knows what they're doing, what is actually in his mind. But I think that you know, the NBA saying, no, you can't do that. At all NBA games, they have to play the national anthem first. I think that's taking away freedom. And, you know, I think, you know, just like what they did to Colin Kaepernick, you know, I thought that was like the most, I almost think that Colin Kaepernick looked really respectful taking a knee, you know, to the national anthem. I think that looks very respectful. And anybody who looks otherwise isn't really looking. You know, he's saying, you know, I understand, but there's also other things that are important too. And I think Mark Cuban's, you know, by the NBA saying you have to play the national anthem, I hope Mark Cuban challenges that, because again, freedom. Stop telling me what to do. I hate that.
You're right. I mean, I can definitely see that outlook, you know, because it is, you know, the freedom of the speech, and it is the freedom of the people.
And that's what's really patriotic, is fighting for freedom, you know, and again, focusing this, you know, the Americans. That's who Americans are. That's why, you know, you don't buy into this divide. Oh, the pro-Trump supporters, or, you know, oh, the liberals at the Occupy. You know, fuck that shit. They're Americans, and if we just see that they're standing up to fight for freedom, you know, then you know, under Obama, millions of people went into the street and stayed there. They didn't go home at night and fucking, you know, come back the next day. They went into the street and stayed there for months and months on end, from city, across America, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And that was a beautiful thing. And they were there demanding the change they were promised under Obama, you know, who is like this great savior president, so much better than everybody else. Now, he's a shit-eating president who, under his fucking leadership, an organization named Black Lives Matter had to be fucking founded in order to get the first black president of all time to understand, hey, Mr. President, black lives do matter, right? That's what kind of shit-eating president Obama was. And if you guys can't figure it out, if you can't see beyond your fucking hero worship, you know, it's just unbelievable. The guy was a fucking drone king. He fucking hit more people with drone strikes, killing little babies, fucking wedding parties and funerals. Those are, and hospitals and fucking school buses. Those are crimes against humanity. That's who Obama was, you know. And that's a big part of why Occupy was in the street. They would march down the street with fucking papier-mâché drones, like giant ones. It'd take fucking 10, 20 people to carry it. They marched to the Pentagon with the motherfucker. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, look, these are Americans fighting for freedom. And every time you buy into the Fox News spin or the CNN spin, again, the first thing they labeled those protesters on January 6th were anarchists. Okay? Anarchists carrying American flags? Are you fucking kidding me? Give me a fucking break. They just want to stick you with whatever label you can, and then you hear that label and you go, yeah, those people were pro-Trump supporters. No, they're fucking Americans, goddammit. And that's the way we have to see it, unless you want to be stuck in this fucking divided bullshit forever. That's how we overcome this shit.
Okay.
Yeah, we recognize the common enemy. It's the media. It's whatever it is that's trying to divide us. And then if we buy into that divide in any way, you know, then we get confused about who the enemy is. We think Fox News is on our side, or some douchebag billionaire who was born with a gold spoon in his mouth and had failed business after failed business after failed business. But he's gonna save us all now. You know, give me a fucking break. It's, you know, I said it earlier, you know, say hello to the new Zog, same as the old Zog. Thank you, Wilco.
Okay, so fast forward to today, or today's times, I should say. And I'm not saying anything that, I'm not saying anything bad or disparaging anything you just said. I'm just simply talking about today in the Biden administration. Okay, I've read a lot online that a lot of people all have a similar conspiracy that Joe Biden is going to die before his first term. Kamala Harris will become the president. Mm-hmm. Nancy Pelosi would become the vice president.
Yeah, well, we talked a lot about that. You know, Joe is kind of feeble and he's getting up there. Actually, if you look at the hashtags of this video, it says Camilla 2022, because I think that's hilarious. I think that's hilarious. So I crack me up, you know.
Do you think it's going to happen? First things first, I do think, and people could disagree with me till they're blue in the face, but I feel that Joe Biden is a puppet to the machine.
They all seem to be that way, bro. I don't see a big difference, you know. Like I said, say hello to the new boss, say hello to the new Zog, same as the old boss, same as the old Zog. Thanks, Wilco.
So, I mean, I don't know. Do you think do you see that that's something that could be happening? Because Joe Biden, and like you said, I mean, Joe Biden does not appear to be the sharpest tool in the shed. I actually saw video footage of him. He was signing an executive order, and I don't know particularly when this was. I mean, office, but they handed him an executive order with, you know, the stacked pens, and you could hear him mumble to the person that handed him the executive order, I don't know what I'm signing. And he just signed it anyway.
Yeah. I think that Joe Biden is not, again, I can't believe that the best America can do is either Joe Biden or Donald Trump for the most important job in the world. Come on, America. Can't you fucking do better than that? I mean, there's something wrong here, right? Seriously wrong. That America can't come up with a better choice than Joe Biden or Donald Trump for the most important job in the world, right? You guys know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. It's a shame. It's disgraceful. You know, there were so many, and I know there's no such thing as a perfect political candidate. I mean, listen, there were, in my opinion, there were better people to represent the Democratic Party than there was Joe Biden. And it's just a shame that they decided to have him represent the Democratic Party. And I know you don't like talking about parties or sides, and it's just the American people, you know, but it's just a shame. I just think it's a shame.
Oh, it's beyond a shame. It's a sham. There's no way that actually Joe Biden won the nomination of the party. Bernie Sanders is filling giant arenas with people, a massive grassroots movement. Joe Biden can't fill a fucking, a high school auditorium. So yeah, we're supposed to believe that everybody voted for Joe Biden, just like with Hillary Clinton, where Bernie Sanders has this giant fucking grassroots movement, and nobody wants to vote for Hillary, but somehow Hillary wins the primary, and then we find out, oh yeah, Debbie Wasserman Schultz was fucking with the everything at the DNC to try and help Hillary, and you know what I mean? It's just this fucking bullshit scam, and the elections haven't been free and fair for a long time.
Well, man. So, do you have any optimism for the next 4 years? Are you
again? When I saw the people, when I see the people take over the House in January 6th, take back the people's house, it fills me with great optimism. Again, I see those people as a small group of very peaceful protesters. Imagine if it was a large group of people ready to fucking take action, right? This was supposedly a spur of the moment thing, right? Imagine if we fucking all came together and said, you're gonna hear our voices. And we got guillotines out front, so you better listen up.
You're right. So, okay. Well, I know that Joe Biden is trying, so he says, and so is trying to get past, the, what is it called? He had a name for it, the I could be wrong, America Rescue Plan? Is that what it's called?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, honestly.
So he has this plan, and I basically it's the $1.9 trillion COVID relief package. That
Okay.
And so I think he called it the American Rescue Plan, the American Rescue.
Right. I think you're right. Yeah, American Rescue. I think that's correct.
So he supposedly he's trying to put more money into the American people's pockets by giving that $1,400 stimulus, which didn't pass under Trump's administration. Which I don't know how that works, because it didn't pass under Trump's administration, but it's immediately going to pass under Biden's administration.
Well, it hasn't immediately passed, and apparently they're having really hard time getting it anywhere near passing. So what I see is people dragging their feet while Americans are starving. That's what I see.
I know, it's unfortunate. There's so many people. So, I guess there's still like 18 million people that are on unemployment.
In Canada, everybody's getting a $2,000 a month check. A month.
Really?
Yeah. As long as everything's shut down, they're doing this for every citizen.
They just need to find a way to take care of the American people, because the American people are struggling.
They got to prioritize. They got to prioritize. They separate out these fucking checks for the American people. Again, I didn't get the first check. I didn't get the second check. I won't get the next check. But you separate out these checks. I love the people. I want the people. I'm concerned for the people. Separate these checks. Stop all this other bullshit that you want to fucking negotiate on for the next 6 goddamn months, and just get the people a fucking check. That shows that you're concerned about the people. What we're seeing now is that you really don't give a fuck.
Shame. And it sucks, dude, because I'm with you. I'm for the American people, and I am so pro the American people. And unfortunately, people just aren't getting taken care of right now. And I'm not saying that everybody deserves the world, but there are people that are working that are struggling. People's hours are getting cut. Businesses are shutting down, which it's not as bad now as it was, because things are slowly starting to reopen, at least where I am.
Yeah.
But, reduced hours, they're cutting reduced hours, slower business, they're cutting employees. They're just, people are losing their jobs. People's hours are getting cut. And, a lot of people are struggling to find a way to make that other end meet. People are out here freaking doing Grubhub and fucking DoorDash and Uber Eats, doing whatever they can just to try and make up some of that money. And tough for a lot of people. It's kind of tough.
People are going to food banks. We've seen these lines where people are in their cars, and they're like thousands of people waiting for their turn to get a box of food.
Yeah, it's bad. I don't know where you are, but I mean, I'm up here in the Midwest. I'm by Michigan. I'm in Indiana, so I mean, but yeah, it's definitely a struggle.
Well, I'm just saying that if they separated the part where they get the check to the people, right? They would, number one, show concern for the people. But if they had this thing where they were like, oh no, we have to negotiate this, and no, that's too much, and you would see who the fucking politicians are that are just fucking douchebags and don't give a fuck. But when they convolute it with all this other $1 trillion worth of fucking giveaway, and that we're going to argue about endlessly while the people starve, it makes it hard to know who's on the side of the people. But if there was just this check just for the people, and then we're going to vote on that, you'd know right away who's on the side of the people. Or else they just all vote for it, because that would be the smart thing to do. Either way, the people win.
Absolutely. And that's all we can root for. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all humans, so we got to do what we can as best to try to work together and, try and continue society to move forward, and it's not doing any good when people, can't pay their rent and they can't even pay to eat, they don't got enough money.
Yeah.
And, it just sucks because, I mean, I believe, we're a society of people, and my mindset is, evolution of history and evolution of the future and just society as a whole will always try to continue to move on. But what we need to do is we all need to find a way to have a common ground to work towards the future and work, for our kids and our grandkids for the future of humanity.
Well, I think the best step forward, honestly, for the common ground is first to recognize, again, the common enemy that we all have. If we can recognize that, because right now they got us thinking that the enemy is each other. Right now they have people so fucking afraid that when they go to the grocery store, they're afraid that if somebody breathes on them, they're going to die, right? So what we have to do is we have to recognize this one true enemy, and it's not Iran, it's not China, it's not Russia, it's the people in Washington D.C. and their police state that chips away at our freedom every day, and it's solely them. And if we can just recognize that, which I'm sure the majority of people could, if they were properly informed instead of misled constantly by the damn mainstream garbage, it's not that we have to come together and be like, oh, we have to get over all our differences. Nope. We just have to recognize this common enemy and go, this is a priority that must be taken care of.
Yeah. Mark, I appreciate taking up some of your time to discuss. I just have one last question for you.
Okay.
So, last question for you. I know you are a consumer of the cannabis product, yes?
I love marijuana. Smoke weed. Smoke weed. Smoke weed. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So my question to you is, and I remember talking to you a long while back. You were saying something along the lines of, and I know you're going to correct me, so correct me anyways. Something about you would burn the weed or put it in an oven to turn it into a crisp, and then you would eat the crisp or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, when I was in the past, when I had like a sore throat from, having a cold or whatever, and I didn't want to fill my lungs with weed, in the past I have been known to heat up nugs at around 275 degrees for somewhere between 5 and 15 minutes, depending on, how much you're doing, how big the nugs are, how moist it is, that kind of thing. But you want to activate the THC with the heat. 275 degrees will do that. And then I would put it inside a gelatin capsule and eat a gram of weed. Eat a gram of weed like that, and you will definitely, if good weed, you will be like, oh, that was a good idea.
So my $1 million question is, so what kind of strain have you been smoking, man? I just tried this new flavor, or this new strain, I should say, excuse me. Is I guess I could be wrong, strawberry banana grape. It's hybrid. And I sniffed that thing, and it actually smells like fruit. It's fucking awesome.
Right
but I
on.
just wanted to know, what are you choking on? What kind of,
I've been I grew a bunch of blueberry Kush auto flowers over the summer. I've been smoking that mostly. I have strawberry banana grape seeds to grow. So I'm looking forward to that. I hear it is incredibly fruity.
It's fucking amazing, dude.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine got it out of the dispensary in Michigan. Fucking awesome, dude. I recommend it. It's a really good smoke. If I'm not mistaken, it is a hybrid. I could be wrong, but I believe it's a hybrid. I have to double check
Yeah.
on these things.
Yeah.
It's fucking awesome. I
Right on.
recommend it. It's great taste. It's got a full flavor. Fucking phenomenal.
You're making my mouth water, man.
Absolutely. Give it a shot. Grow those plants, dude. And, hey, once you grow them, talk about it one day, dude. I'll make sure I call in when I hear you talking about it.
Right on. I will. I'm looking forward to having some good video. I'm in the process of just finishing up. I'm having trouble getting my seeds started, but I have lots of seeds, and I will get some started, and we'll make some videos, and you will know about it.
Sounds good, man. Hey, I appreciate you taking the time to take my call, man. I had a great conversation with you.
What's your name?
What's your name? My name is Rudy, man.
All right, right on, Rudy. Thanks a bunch for calling. I look forward to talking to you again sometime real soon, okay?
All right, man. Take care. Stay safe.
Stay cool. Okay, so I'm going to play a quick video for you and go check in on Craig, and I'll be right back, and we'll see where to go from there. If you want to call, I think we're running real low on time, so I would call now.
And I'm proud that I and everyone in this room abided by our oath of office, even if the president didn't abide by his. And President Trump, too, took an oath as president. He swore on a Bible to preserve, protect, and defend. And who among us can honestly say they believe that he upheld that oath? And who among us will let his utter dereliction of duty stand?
Mr. President, the managers are prepared to recess for the evening and to finish our opening statement tomorrow.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Pursuant to Impeachment Rule 16, I make a motion. Statements were attributed to me moments ago by the House impeachment managers. Statements relating to the content of conversations between a phone call involving President Trump and Senator Tuberville were not made by me. They're not accurate, and they're contrary to fact. I move, pursuant to Rule 16, that they be stricken from the record.
Pursuant to Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, parties' presentations are not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution. Senator,
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
I couldn't hear what he said.
I appeal the ruling of the chair, Mr. President.
I don't know. Mr. President, Mr. President, right here, we might as well hear clearly what the ruling of the chair was. So if you would repeat that.
Of course, I will. And pursuant to Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, the parties' presentations are not limited.
There you go. It's on now.
Pursuant to Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, parties' presentations are not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution. The senator from Utah has appealed that ruling. Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Have you, and the yeas and nays have been requested with sufficient.
And what is the question? Is it, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? Is that the question?
Yes.
Is whether the ruling of the chair with respect to
No.
And what, may I ask, is the ruling of the chair? My point was not about whether it's appropriate for them to make characterizations. My point was to strike them because they were false.
The question is whether the ruling of the chair that Senate Resolution 47 applies to this situation is correct.
The question is whether Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, is correct. The parties' presentations are not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution.
Mr. President, that is not my motion. You've ruled on a motion. You've ruled on something that was not what I moved. What I asked was, statements were attributed to me repeatedly, as to which I have personal knowledge because I am the source. They are not true. I never made those statements. I asked that they be stricken. This has nothing to do with whether or not they're based on depositions, which they're not. It's simply based on the fact that I'm the witness. I'm the only witness. Those statements are not true, and I ask that you strike them.
President.
Let him rule.
Mr. President.
No, who's talking? Joe. What is he doing?
The yeas and nays were asked for on an appeal.
Mr. President.
The Senate will vote on the appeal of the ruling of the chair that this
is.
Can you hit the mic button?
Come on.
In trouble with the mic, I'm sorry. The yeas and nays have been asked.
Yeah, the yeas and nays have been asked for.
The yeas and nays have been requested.
Let him explain. Please let him explain, Mr. President. Why is it false? What was not false? What was false about it?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to answer the senator's question.
Is not in order under Senate Resolution 47, Section 4. Parties' presentation not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution. And that has been appealed. The yeas and nays have been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
She's calling the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett.
Well, point of clarification. What is the question? Yeah, we're not allowed to here. Yes? I suggest the absence of a quorum while we work this out.
Clerk will call the roll. No objection. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso.
Okay.
Mr. Bennett.
I was trying to wait. The C-SPAN girl comes on there, and she says that Senator Leahy, and again, this is what I see, is I see that the Democrats can't even present their argument without lying about what a fellow senator said. You know, they have to lie about fucking everything. I'm no fan of Donald Trump. I just want things to be. I'm tired of crooked politicians lying to us, lying right in our faces. But the C-SPAN news lady host comes on and she says, Senator Leahy tried to explain what it was that he was saying, and the motion was not carried, and then he was trying to explain, and then he mumbled something, and people couldn't hear what he was saying, and they asked him to repeat what it was he said, and then he had technical difficulties, and now they're having some kind of a vote. Maybe, we don't really know if they're having a vote or not. This is the C-SPAN girl who fucking has done this for 20 years. Trying to explain what's going on. I was trying to get to that point, but I didn't want to just have them mumbling in the chamber for, another, I didn't know if it was going to be another 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, whatever. It looked like it was coming up. That's why I was hanging. I kept waiting for her to come in, and then she didn't come in, so I was like, okay, enough. But I wanted you guys to see that video because I thought it was very telling, again, that a senator is standing up and saying, I never said that. This douchebag is coming up here, putting words in my mouth, and I never said that. What the fuck? This is you people's whole case? This is the best you can do? Is say lies? That's what I saw. And I liked seeing it. So I wanted you guys to see it too, and I want you to see this. Since no one's calling, the numbers are on the screen. If you want to call, this is going to be your last chance.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
Just love that girl. Okay, you guys, we do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time, which means we'll be back tomorrow. Same Mox time, same Mox channel. And I hope we see you there because it's always better when you're here. Until then, remember, one of these days, this war is going to end. Stay cool till then.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. MoxNews.com.